Deadline was crazy all night. हेलो हेलो हेलो
ਹੈਲੋ ਹੈਲੋ ਸਰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਦਾਂ ਉੱਚਾ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਚੁੱਕਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਕੀ ਕਰੀਏ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉੱਚਾ ਹਾਂ ਮਾੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਦਾਂ ਨਾ
ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਸੈੱਟ ਕਰਦਾ
ਇਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਠੀਕ ਹੈਲੋ 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 किस चीज़ की किस चीज़ की
2 ਮਿੰਟ ਤਾਂ ਬਸ ਫੇਰ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਘੁੰਮਣਾ
स्टूडेंट्स ऑन द लास्ट बेंच प्लीज़ कम फॉरवर्ड, थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए आप। Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest has arrived. Kindly rise from your seats. I would request all the participants to please settle down. Dear participants and dear students, please settle down. Good morning, everyone, to the second day of our international conference on the topic exploring the literary space as a bridge across disciplines. It is with immense pleasure and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to the second day of our conference. On behalf of the organizing committee and the Department of English, Government College, UNA, I extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, participants, speakers, and attendees. Yesterday, it was a very fruitful session. We graced some thought-provoking sessions that sparked rich discussions, and today promises to continue this intellectual journey. We are fortunate to have a distinguished lineup of speakers and experts who will delve deeper into the complex and dynamic nature of literary space. The theme of our conference, Exploring the Literary Space as a Bridge Across Disciplines, invites us to look at literature not just as an artistic expression, but as a medium that connects and transcends boundaries, whether they be disciplinary, cultural, or temporal. Literature, in all its forms, offers us the tools to examine and understand the human experience from diverse perspectives. It bridges gaps between history and fiction, theory and practice, language and culture. By exploring literature in this way, we are given the opportunity to engage in cross-disciplinary dialogues that offer insights and challenge our conventional ways of thinking. So let's look forward to another day of insightful presentations and meaningful exchanges. Thank you for being here, and I hope you find today's discussions inspiring and fruitful. Let's now begin the day's proceedings. We will begin with the rosette ceremony. I would request our principal ma'am, Dr. Meeta Sharma, to please honor our chief guest for today, DIG Dr. Ranjana Chauhan. Huge round of applause, everyone, as we honor our chief guest. Ma'am, it is really an honor to have you with us here today. Now I request Now I request worthy principal to please honor our plenary speaker for today, Dr. Neena Gupta Vij from Central University, Jammu. Ma'am, it's great to have you here with us today. Now I would request Professor Shashi Kanwar to kindly honor our esteemed principal, Dr. Meeta Sharma. I would request Professor Shashi Kanwar to honor the convener of this conference, Professor Anita Sani. I would request Professor Puneet Prem to kindly honor our esteemed guest, Dr. Satish Kumar Bansalji, retired principal, Government College, Una. I would request Professor Puneet Prem to honor Dr. Balwinder Rana ji, Principal, Government College, Chowki Manyar. Huge round of applause, everyone. Now I would request Professor Anita Sani to please honor our esteemed senior faculty members, Professor Puneet Prem, Department of Chemistry, Professor Suresh from Department of Chemistry. Please put your hands together for Professor Suresh. Next, Professor Sanjay Verma from Department of Music. Now, I would request Professor Suresh to kindly honor our esteemed guest, Principal Professor Rajinder Sharma from Government College, Khat. किससे कराऊं? संजय सर से. Next, I would invite Dr. Sanjay Sharma to please honor Professor Ravi Raj from Department of English, Government College, Khat. Professor Sanjay Verma. Now I would request Professor Anita Sani to please honor our esteemed faculty member, Professor Shashi Kanwar from Department of Chemistry. Please put your hands together, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request Professor Shashi Kanwar to please honor the convener of this conference, Professor Anita Sani. Huge round of applause for our convener, Professor Anita Sani.
Now I would like to request Professor Shashi ma'am to honor all the organizing secretaries. First of all, Dr. Madan. Dr. Madan, he's from Department of Physics. He's Secretary Finance. Dr. K. Pandey, I would request Professor Sanjay Sharma to honor Dr. K. Pandey, Dr. K. Pandey ji, Secretary Media. I would request Dr. Bhagwan Das to please honor our next secretary, Dr. Vipul Gautam. Bhagwan Das sir. Secretary Technical, Dr. Vipul Gautam is being honored by Dr. Bhagwan Das.
I would request Professor Karan to please
Professor Amarjeet Man. Professor Karan, kindly pin the badge to our organizing secretary, Professor Amarjeet Man. और एक बार ज़ोर से तालियां सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए भी हो जानी चाहिए जिनके बिना ये प्रोग्राम सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो सकता था. Thank you so much for being a part of this indelible memory, this journey of literature. Thank you so much. Now I'm handing over the stage to Stage Secretary.
Thank you so much, Professor Anita, for your kind words. Now I may please request our chief guest, Ms. Ranjana Chauhan, our principal, Dr. Meeta Sharma, convener, our senior faculty members, and all the guests to please come upon the stage to kindly proceed with the Deep Prajwalan ceremony. Please, ma'am. I request all the guests to join us on the stage. Lighting the lamp symbolizes invoking the blessings of Goddess Saraswati. Thank you so much, respected members. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the harbinger of knowledge and wisdom, I invite the students, the very talented students of MBA group, to please present the Saraswati Vandana.
जिसकी
A very beautiful Ganesh Vandana performance by the students of MBA. Now, it is my pleasure to invite our dynamic and inspiring principal, Dr. Meeta Sharma, to deliver the welcome address. Her unwavering support and guidance have been instrumental in the success of this conference. Please, ma'am.
Once again, good morning to all present here. It's my proud privilege to welcome Ms. Ranjana Chauhan, IPS, DIG, Law and Order, Police Headquarters, Shimla, as a chief guest on the second day of the two-day international conference being organized by the Department of English. A no-nonsense police officer, that is the reputation she carries. But at the same time, she carries a reputation of being a voracious reader and a traveler also. And I am really humbled and honored that she took all the pain to travel from Shimla to be with us on this special day. I welcome you, ma'am. Along with her, I welcome Professor Neena Gupta-Vij, who was a guest yesterday, but today she is the plenary speaker for the second session of this conference. She has also made it possible to come from Jammu to be with us for this conference. Such is the dedication of these people for academics. I welcome my predecessor, Dr. S.K. Bansal, who retired from this college as a principal. Dr. Rajendra Kumar Sharma, presently Principal Government College, Khad. Dr. Balwinder Rana, presently Principal Government College, Chowki Manyar. And Professor Ravi Raj, Associate Professor in English and my former colleague in Government College, Una. We were looking forward for you to come yesterday also, but maybe due to some preoccupations you could not make it. I welcome you, sir, today for making it possible to be with us today. It was a very hectic and a long day yesterday, but at the same time, it was a very nourishing and a very fruitful experience when we listened to the discourses of Dr. Roshan Lal Sharma and Dr. Patrick Corbett, who joined us online for the evening session. It was really a treat for the ears and for the brain also. The speeches were insightful and definitely gave us a food for thought. Almost 185 papers were presented yesterday in both online and offline modes, and this is why, actually, as I said yesterday also, this is why we had devised this conference in a hybrid mode to facilitate a lot of participation, and for this I think we are successful. When we talk of the theme of this conference, I would not say much, as much has been said, and there are people to say more about it who are authorities in this field. I will just say that literature spans all boundaries, be it of time or space. Literature actually is the language of heart. It is the language of emotions. It is a language to convey what you feel. But one thing is for sure, whenever a person writes, there is an impact of his discipline on his writings. And that impact is clearly visible whenever we read something which is written by somebody. Literature actually provides a language to convey to people belonging to various disciplines. Literature, just as a bridge connects two physical spaces which are disconnected, similarly, literature also provides a connection between two disparately or seemingly disparately different areas of knowledge. It provides them with a common ground where ideas can converge and questions can emerge. So that is why we chose this theme for our conference. As our chief guest and some guests are new to this conference today, I would repeat that around 300 participants from all over India and abroad are participating in this conference both in offline and online mode. And the participants are from Jammu and Kashmir also, and they are spread to Tamil Nadu also, the second part of India from the south. And this speaks of the success of this conference. And I repeat, as I said earlier, although all care has been taken to put things in order, yet I again would say, if some flaws are left, if something of this kind is visible, I, being the head of the institution, would take the responsibility for this. So today we begin with the second session, second day of this conference, and we look forward to more fruitful and nourishing and enlightening experiences. With this, I wish all the best to all the participants who really are the backbone of this conference. I wish them all the best. And I also wish all the best to the organizing committees and the convener and the organizing secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meeta Sharma. Ma'am, you have rightly remarked that literature is the language of heart and emotions. It is indeed so. And your views on the topic, on the theme of the conference were very insightful. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon the stage a person who has been the driving force of the event and whose tireless efforts have brought us together here today. Please welcome on the stage Professor Anita Sani to deliver the concept note. Please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, our esteemed chief guest, our plenary speaker, principal of our college, other guests from other institutions, and our ex-principal, Dr. S.K. Bansal, our senior faculty members, all the participants, and my dear colleagues. I welcome you all once again on behalf of entire UNA College. First of all, I'm thankful to Almighty for giving me this opportunity to stand here and address you guys as a convener of this conference. I'm thankful to God. As ma'am has already mentioned, that last day was a big success. We have accommodated more than 180 participants, both in offline and online modes. Last day we had like some wonderful papers, like a paper from Rita, a paper from Pratishtha, and a wonderful paper from Babab Pathak. So today, I guess again we are going to have some wonderful speakers with us who are definitely going to enlighten us and add some more idea into our knowledge. I'm thankful to those participants also. Ma'am has rightly said that literature is something which has a deep connection with our heart. Now sometimes people say, what do you study in literature? Literature is what? It is all stories. It's all stories. What is there in those stories? See, I would like to tell you that these narratives, these literary narratives, these are a way of life. And through these stories only that we connect to one another, and we disseminate information, and we have been able to survive also. So these stories, they are the storehouse of immense knowledge, right? I guess when people were not, able to script these stories, they used to tell stories, they used to carve on the caves. So from that age, we are into stories. So these stories are our life. We cannot separate ourselves from these stories. So this conference, which means to bridge the gap between across the disciplines. So these various disciplines we need to understand from the point of view of humanities also. So I hope that today we are going to get more insightful papers from the presenters. And once again, I thank all the participants and all the people who are gathered here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Anita Saini, for the concept note address. Now, let me introduce the chief guest to all of you. I'll read her brief bio. It is my distinct honor to welcome our esteemed chief guest, IPS, Ms. Ranjana Chauhan, an exceptional leader and a beacon of inspiration, currently serving as Superintendent of Police, Law and Order at Police Headquarters, Shimla. Ms. Chauhan has an illustrious career spanning over 2 decades of dedicated public service. She joined the Himachal Police Service in 1998 as a Deputy Superintendent of Police and has since served in various pivotal roles across the state, including the Vigilance and Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Lokayukt HP. Ms. Chauhan has twice represented India with distinction as a UN Police Advisor in Africa, including during the civil war in South Sudan from 2013 to 2015. Her exceptional contributions to the field of law enforcement were recognized with the prestigious Police President's Medal for Meritorious Service in 2022. Ms. Chauhan, a proud daughter of Shimla, is an alumna of Loreto Convent, Tara Hall, St. Edward's and St. Bede's College. She holds a Master's in Public Administration and a Bachelor's in Journalism and Mass Communications, with prior experience as an information officer with the HP government and a journalist with the Times of India. Throughout her career, Ms. Chauhan has faced challenges head-on, whether leading battalions in the border areas of Chamba or addressing critical law and order issues. We are deeply honored to have such an accomplished and inspiring personality with us today. Please join me in extending a warm and heartfelt welcome to our chief guest. I'm really sorry there was an oversight, DIG, Ms. Ranjana Chauhan. Please, ma'am, I invite you to the stage. A huge round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. And there was a little mix-up here. Perhaps it wouldn't have mattered much to me. It would have mattered to people looking up for me at the police headquarters as SP Law and Order. They would never reach me. And having said that, you don't even need to have that designation to look for me. You just go for the name. Because there aren't too many lady officers at police headquarters bearing the constables. We just have 2 at the gazette level. So you'll find me, even if you go by the designation of SP. Having said that, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference to have invited me over for this discourse here, because these kind of invites and these kind of deliberations, they definitely bring me out from that cocoon where I normally am, in that policing department. I get an opportunity to come out of that, delve into something different, or maybe advance my knowledge, because it's always helpful to listen to people from different disciplines. And as the topic says, this is basically for the bridging of disciplines. So my discipline, if I go for my academic discipline, is science. So literature is far removed from that. But as somebody mentioned in maybe the principal madam mentioned that I am a voracious reader. I used to be, and I really, really miss that. Because I have been so busy of late that I hardly get time to read even the official documents. So, but I had been an avid reader, and that has definitely afforded me this opportunity that I have had some kind of an insight into what other disciplines talk about, or what other disciplines are all about. Perhaps when the principal madam, she shared the topic with me, the first person, the first writer, the first author that came to my mind was Dr. Robin Cook. He basically is a fictional writer, but he's a medicinal doctor. And most of his books, it has the background of the medicine. The way he writes, 2 of his very famous books, I don't know how many of you must have read that, The Coma and The Brain. Both the books, they are like very insightful and very explicit medical procedures have been explained in that. So you definitely get a window into other disciplines when you go through the literature. Maybe we do not understand the MBBS books, we may not. We may not understand the procedures, the way they are expressed in those. But perhaps it would be easier for us to understand if we go through the fiction. Secondly, if we look at somebody, I think Dr. Anita said, why do we study literature? Why study so many stories? Why go through the stories and all? My personal experience is that these stories teach you life skills. You can't experience everything because our lives are very short. But we have had so many people who have already experienced so much, and they share their stories with us. We learn. We don't need to visit those experiences or those lives again and again. We don't need to live them ourselves. We can live them through these stories. So perhaps literature is very, very important. And having said that, well, I have to admit something. It took me some time to actually understand what the topic is, seriously speaking. And I was like, what is the nuance and the scope of this particular topic? Why are we talking about it? Why? And again, I have to admit to the limitations of my comprehension and understanding, because This is a far removed subject for me. I was under the impression that literature, which literally means, what does it mean? It denotes every written word. Whatever has been written down forms a part of literature. So do we actually need to think about or explore it as a bridging concept or a bridging? No, it already is. It's fully manifested in most of the writings, because literature basically transcends all the disciplines. Without literature, you can't express anything. Without language, without words, there's no word. Whatever you may explore, whatever you may evolve into, whatever disciplines may come up with, they cannot express that without the language, without literature. So I was a little perplexed. Why do we need to try and establish it as a fact? It already is a fact. But then I had some deliberations, and I spoke to Meeta and a few other literary persons. Then I tried to understand what is the need for this. So I revisited the theme, and I had a different approach. I looked at it differently. So I just came up with a few ideas, and which I would like to share with you. And please bear with me, because I am a naive person as far as literature goes. So please bear with me, and I'll try to read it out, what I had jotted down, whatever my thoughts were about it. As we all understand, no discipline stands out alone. None of the disciplines can be considered as an island in itself. They are all interconnected. Each overlaps, support, cooperate with, borrows from, or takes over the territory of somebody else, some other discipline. So nobody is there in isolation. So as each discipline grows or evolves, encroachments in each other's areas happen. And sometimes the mergers takes place. And the boundaries, they simply disappear. So while this is true for most of the disciplines, according to them the character of interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity. But this is not true for literature. Because literature has that unique character of binding together or bridging the gaps. The only other subject which I could think of which has something similar to the literature is geography or maybe anthropology. And literature, since it transcends all disciplines and its space is welcoming to all, it basically serves as the melting point for all disciplines. Ideas from all the disciplines, they come to that same place. They come to that same space of literature. Look at the list of most famous literary figures cements the idea that literary space being the bridge across disciplines. Each writer, author brings in his writings or her writings, whosoever the author is, they just bring in their experiences of life, their academic background, from their profession, and from their imagination, which is honed by their exposure to the world or maybe to the society, and their social background too. So if you read Salman Rushdie, I mean the latest novel, anybody can just help me with the latest novel, the name of the latest novel of Mr. Rushdie? Is that it, or it's something like something to do with the attack he had, the knife, Yeah. One of his. So what is he talking about in the knife? What all has he encompassed in the knife? He's not only talking about his own experience. He's talking about the nitty-gritty of the investigation also, how the investigation went along. He's talking about how he felt. He's talking about the atmosphere in the hospital, how the doctors and the nurses treated him. And a little bit of the imagination. He imagines the dialogue with his the so-called assassin. The dialogue, the conversations he's having with his attacker. So that part is the imagination part. So you look at him. From where does he come? So perhaps I found this novel to be one of the best. This novel to be one of the best of his. I really loved his Grimus. The first one perhaps, the Grimus, it was one of his best. This is the second novel I really, really appreciated. So as you grow older, you try to bring in all your, you try to reflect what your life has gone through. That is what literature provides you. And your life, your experience, the way you have lived, it is not confined to one discipline. While you are living with the society, it's all sociology. While you are thinking about human beings, it's all anthropology. While you are appreciating the nature and all, it's all geography. While we are experiencing the scientific products we have, it's all science. So life as it is holistic. So when we bring those experiences into literature, it transcends all. It basically provides the platform for all the disciplines to showcase themselves. And it also bridges the gap. I, as a science student, I'm a science student. Perhaps I'm considered to be one of the most empathetic police officers because I sit patiently and listen to all the complainants. Whenever the people come over to me, despite the fact that I have lots of files to do, I just sit there. Okay, let me give them a patient hearing. I may not be able to do much, but at least let me send them back with the feeling somebody listened to me. So that is basically empathy, because I would like somebody to do the same for me. If I am in stress and I approach somebody, I want somebody to sit down, patiently just hear me out. So where does that come from? Perhaps I must have read it somewhere. Perhaps somebody must have shared it through his or her writings, or some other means, maybe some drama. So these things basically are not separated. And as I'm just reiterating in time and again, the language, the literature, it brings them all together. It provides them space. So, but yes, for your seminar and for conference, you just need to highlight this point that how important this is. You just need to bring it forth and plaster it all over the place, not only in the academic space, but in the social, in the financial, whichever space is available. And I really, really wish you all the best in their endeavors, and perhaps also hope that this conference will bring in lots of contributions and expand the already existing knowledge and help bridge the different disciplines. With that, I would like to thank you so much again, once again, for inviting me over, and all the students and especially the inquisitive ones, all the professors and the lecturers and every other dignitary around here for hearing me out patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ranjana Chauhan, DIG Law and Order, Police Headquarters, Shimla. Ma'am, your words were really insightful. How you spoke about literature and how literature transcends boundaries and unites disciplines. Your perspective has beautifully highlighted the universal power of stories and the importance of empathy in encouraging connections across fields. You have rightly mentioned, you have rightly cited Salman Rushdie's novel and the imagination factor in those novels, how beautifully he portrays the characters. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again. Ma'am, shall we proceed with the tea break? All right. Now, I would request Professor Shashi Kanwar to kindly honor one of our esteemed guests who has just joined, Professor Binny Ori from Department of Mathematics, Government College, Una. A huge round of applause. Please put your hands together for Professor Binny Ori. Ma'am has always been there for the college. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will take a short tea break. Kindly join us in the lawn area. We request everyone to reconvene by 12:15 for the plenary session by Dr. Neena Gupta Vij. Thank you. Participants and students, please gather in the BCA hall. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will commence with the first plenary session. It will be an offline address by Dr. Neena Gupta Vij from Central University of Jammu. Let me give a brief bio of Dr. Neena Gupta. It is an absolute privilege to introduce our first plenary speaker for today, Dr. Neena Gupta Vij, Senior Assistant Professor in the Department of English at the Central University of Jammu. With an academic career marked by dedication and brilliance, Dr. Vij has contributed immensely to the world of literature and research. Her impressive credentials include an MA in English, B.Ed, MPhil, UGC NET, and a PhD, marking her as a scholar of exceptional caliber. Dr. Vij began her teaching career in 1988 at Government College, Kathua, and has since enriched academic institutions across Punjab, Delhi, and Hyderabad before joining the Central University of Jammu. Her research spans diverse and intriguing areas, including contemporary women's writing in English and translation, contemporary fiction, American literature, post-colonial studies, diaspora studies, and folk and myth studies. These interests have culminated in an impressive array of 5 books, each exploring complex narratives and providing meaningful contributions to the field. Titles like Mythological Fiction, An Introduction, and Diasporic Writings, Narratives Across Space and Time showcase her ability to blend rigorous scholarship with accessible storytelling. We are delighted to have her here today to share her expertise and perspectives. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Neena Gupta Vij to deliver her plenary address. A huge round of applause.
Good morning, namaskar, Una. That's what I feel when I'm coming from Jammu, that all of Una's there to sort of welcome me, because I've been feeling the very, very warm vibes, of course, right from the college. But for me, now Una has become a most welcoming place. It reminds me of Jammu also, because many years ago when I was still a child, we used to have all these hills around us. We didn't have such huge, tall houses that we could not see the hills. Har chat se aaram se sab pahad dikhte the. So this is reminding me of that, and I'm feeling absolutely blessed to be here. Thank you so much, Dr. Meeta, for having me here. And it was a pleasure to meet all the other faculty members, the former principals, all the dignitaries of UNA, and even I had the pleasure of meeting the Old Students Association members as well. And today it has been delightful to listen to the DIG here. One of the main thrusts of all of us women who have been empowered is always to empower those who have been less privileged or who have not got the same opportunity. Whether we call it feminism or we call it humanism or we call it a slightly different perspective from people around us. I don't know what to call it, but it was a pleasure to see her and we were talking about her role, and of course she is very impressive. Plus, I must say that she has stolen half what I wanted to say. She is a reader, so obviously as readers we do have similar thoughts. Literature is related to the reader. It is about what we learn when we hear and see others around us. So till the last minute I couldn't really decide what I'm going to call, what I'm going to say. And I know my time is just about less than 1 hour, but I would like somebody to indicate that yes, my time is nearly getting up, because it is something like, he says, somebody please stop me. Once you get the mic, you don't want to stop. So yes, so please do remind me. So at the end, my poetic persona took over and I couldn't resist the pun. So this title has no academic meaning as such, you see. Breaking boundaries, building bridges between being and becoming. Now the meaning that will come, the meaning that will be ascribed to this title will happen when you are able to understand what I'm saying. When your mind is able to process the process through which I'm taking you. So at the onset, being is a philosophical term in which generally means what we are. Colloquially called the hand that we are dealt with. Whatever we are at any given point is our being, and nobody can deny the being of sentient beings. But becoming, what about becoming? Is our culture, is our ritual, is our system of thought, is our belief system, are all the things that we do in our life enabling us to become more than what we are? R is related to be. So whatever we be, are we going to remain that? Or are we going to go further than that? So there are philosophers right from Plato and right from our Vedic philosophers who have spoken about being. Hum kya hain? That quest has taken them thousands of years. But now in the modern age, somehow we have been dealt a hand. We've been dealt cards which tell us we can also become something more than what we are. This is the newness which has come in, and that newness has brought in a lot of conflict. If you become something, it doesn't mean that you stop being what you are. You are being plus something more that you have acquired. And that is something which is not coming out of prescription, not out of prescribed rules. Some rules need to be broken, some need to be built, some bridges need to be built, and some boundaries need to be broken, smashed to smithereens, so that not an iota remains. Without that, there can be no becoming. And becoming used to be one of my favorite words, because in our romantic novels that we read by Barbara Cartland and Georgette Hare, a girl's, one of the compliments a girl got in the 18th century was that she's very becoming, meaning she's very charming and attractive. So I have always been attracted to this word becoming, and that is what it means. You can always be more than what you are. So if the meanings, as I said, should be clearer, and I hope they are as I go along. This is one of my favorite pictures. I just couldn't delete it, so I keep repeating it. As you can see, these are Native Americans, and they are telling a story. Now the story of Native Americans themselves is very interesting, because they are homeless people. They were living in the northern continent, and they have all been taken out of their homes. They are like the Aboriginals, like the tribals of India, like the nomads everywhere. They are homeless people. They have been dispossessed by respectable people, by people of the upper classes, whom today we call privileged. They have been taken away from their homes, and their homes have been occupied by somebody else. So these people don't have any homes, and what they say is, our homes are in our stories. As long as we carry the stories of our ancestors, as long as we have stories about what they did, we have our life phase, we have our culture, and wherever we are is our home. So for the dispossessed, the stories, and with that is related another very important aspect, which is memory. So at the onset, the things that we are going to talk here about, of course, is literacy, orality, digitality. But this is my apology that these are things that you have heard many times before. And ma'am, this is also coming from Salman Rushdie. So Salman Rushdie seems to say it more beautifully for us than for other authors. So nothing comes from nothing is King Lear actually. In King Lear, when the father asks his daughter, whom do you love the most? She says, I love you as much as I should, as a father, as much as my bond, my lord. And he's very angry. You just love me this much. You should love me like your sisters do, more than riches, more than life, etc., etc. So he says, nothing, say something. He says, nothing, father, nothing will come from nothing, he says. So if you don't put that effort, nothing will come out of it, which was about obedience, that was about conformity. Jo sab kar rahe hain, wo aap bhi karo. But she refused. She did not want to do what others were doing. And that was her strength, and that is what Lear is, able to see. So these are some of the very subtle and strange messages that we get when we connect our lives with stories. So no story comes from anywhere. What I have done is what you call intertextuality, taken a little from here, there, and just woven it in the way that makes sense to me. So there are always new combinations that make things new. So we are talking about in the seminar, literary spaces, language, literature, digitalization, boundaries and disciplines. That is the thrust area. So first, language, just a kind of an overview that we know that the first language comes out of sounds. Then differential sounds, how our sounds are different. These sounds are arbitrary. Any sound can be given any name, and then it can become a vowel or a letter. They are relational, they are related to the world around us, nature, people around us. Of course, then grammar and all these things come up which make language what it is. Now, there are two things about language which have been revised. These are slightly newer things which have come up. And all these are done by people who are philosophers and logical thinkers in their own field. It has not come out of superstition or faith or blind faith or just like that. So language is made by humans. We make language. That is one very important aspect of the older belief system. We think we are born into a language. The fact that today indigenous language, mother tongue and all are very, very important, and they are, is what the NEP is considering is that human beings, their mind, their thoughts, their systems are coming out of the language. So there is a slight difference. Language is not made by us. What they are implying, NEP is implying is that language is making us. If we were making language, then it would not matter what we were speaking. But language is making us. That is why they are so worried. If my Dogri makes me what I am, then Hindi will change me. Can it change me? Then English will change me. Then some African dialect will change me. That is the whole point. Languages change people. That is why people are afraid of sometimes many languages. That is why for centuries the world was afraid of us, because we were multilingual. You go anywhere in the world, we can speak so easily so many languages, and the world cannot. We have centuries of the British over here. He says, "Tum kya karte ho?" Tum hi karte rahe. But whereas we can also say time very well. We don't have any problem. But they could not, for the life of them, they could not say tum. So we have that ease with languages. We are blessed to be like that. So when you think of having just one language is poverty for us. We will be poorer for that experience, because every language is changing us just a little.
are not unliving, and they have the capacity to quickly revive themselves, come back to their strength as soon as possible. So bridges are not something which can be, which are just there for a little while. They change, their character changes, and they change over what you call diastolic and sensory chronic, they change over time and space. So, so what binds the bridges? Like in academia and in our training and research, there is no story, it sounds too childish. It's back in storybook. I remember when I was already in my home, like my parents and friends would read a storybook. I said, I never thought of it, storybook. You always say, storybook, but you're not reading a book. So, for him, it was like, you're doing the wrong thing, no.
For me, it's like a bonanza. I'm getting paid to read books and talk about them. So, of course, I'm absolutely in the right place. So, stories, what are stories? We've had a lot of discussions. People know what are stories. We know. कहानी जब होती है और कहानी उसको भी बोलते हैं जब हम झूठ बोलते हैं, लंबे लंबे झूठ बोलते हैं, उसको भी बोलते हैं क्या कहानी बनाई है, isn't it? So we all know what kahanis are, but so it is a strategy, it's a human strategy, and it allows, like what I'm talking right now, scientific lectures also, scientific material also requires narratives only. When they are speaking, they also have narratives. They also are telling things in the form of stories. But their stories they try to keep as objective as possible and as boring as possible. So that is the only difference. And when it comes to the same subject can be taught in a very, very different way. For example, I remember history used to be one of the least favorite subjects for people because history used to be taught as a system of dates. But the minute you bring alive a period through its actions and rituals, like when you see a historical movie, there is nothing more interesting than a historical movie. It's the same history that is being told. So the story form, the narrative form can change the way we look at a subject, and science may explain. So the basic premise on which I am resting my talk is that we understand that the whole world knowledge has come out of philosophy. Whether we call it religious philosophy today or whichever religious text we talk about, it was philosophy because it was a search for truth without any previous information. Sort of observation, deduction, induction, and a whole lot of methods, philosophers came out with a few basic truths. At a particular point in history, there was no distinction between philosophy and other subjects. Gradually, by the 16th, 17th centuries, there is a distinction between natural philosophy and other philosophy. Natural philosophy becomes science gradually after the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution, and the rest comes into humanities, and it remains philosophy. It was not called humanities till the end of the 19th century. It was called philosophy, always philosophy. So philosophy is to think about subjects. That's what our sages have been doing. That's what our gurus have been doing. That is humanities for us. But now look at these science people. They want to just shove us apart. They have the pictures and portraits of gurus on the walls who were humanists. They were humanities students and gurus. And they shove us out and they refuse us money. Ki humanities kya karte hain? They stand here and say, we have to bring our Indian knowledge system back. We are part of the Indian knowledge system. Even if we speak in English, even if we speak in whatever language, Indian knowledge system is made up of humanities. It did have science, but the science has also come out of the inquiry. So stories it is which convey what things are really like. You understand that the boiling point of water is so and so it will boil over, and it's this hot, the temperature. But if it falls on you, you know what it feels like. That's the power of the story. It is telling you exactly what the boiling water feels like. The science won't tell you. If a person had felt the impact of the nuclear bomb themselves, do you think they could have done the last bit and gone and made it? That experiential reality was missing for them. It was objective. And objective was to win. Win what? Not the war. It's like, I remember, I was very fond of maths, and the eureka, the high that I got when I could solve a very difficult theorem on my own it was like better than any drug or I think alcohol. The high you get when you solved a problem. That high, that dopamine, serotonin, whatever you get these days is what the children are getting out of their games. To win. And I was horrified when my son has very few demands. So it was that he wants these games and PlayStations and all. And then when I would go into his room very lovingly, teko pani chahiye, doodh chahiye, something, he would be dish. And I looked at the screen. There's a gunman on his screen. And with that gunman, he's just mowing down a nurse, an old woman, a lady with a pram. I said, what are you doing? You become a villain. He says, no, ma'am, mama piche hato, you're taking away my points. I get as many points as the people are there I can kill. You don't understand all this. So what are we doing? We are so easily giving, especially to our boys, because we really nurture our boys. उसको बैठने दे, तो उसके लिए पानी लेके आ. सास बोलती है बहू को, तू क्या कर रही है? उसके लिए जा खीर लेके आ. उसको गेम खेलने दे. मेरा लल्ला, मेरा बाबू बिहार में, whatever names there are. So they'll tell him, and so what are we making these people? We are making them killing machines. Killing machines not directly, they're not killing people. Winning, because you want to win. When you want to win, you have to kill many small things. It could be your brother's wish, your mother's desires, your father's desires, maybe your own desires, whatever it is, you become a killing machine. So I keep telling him, what are you playing? My son even today, he's now grown up and earning pretty well, like win kind of a thing. So I tell him, but I remember, whenever you remember me, remember losing is equally good. Not always winning is the best. So he says, aapki baat sun ke to main reh jaunga. So stories are not just about things or facts or phenomena. They are more than science or any other discipline which only get limited to a particular thing, because there are accounts of what happens to particular people. So what happened to us? We had Aryabhat and we had zero and we had decimal, but we did nothing with it. Somehow the time was not right. We could not do anything with it. But then some people did. So we have a movie called Oppenheimer. Somebody could do something, so we have a movie on Galileo, a play on Galileo that was mentioned yesterday. So what you do with certain things become stories and success stories, and some become stories of reaching a particular part. So what is it for these people to experience what happened as it is happening, and also circumstances. Now the fact that a story is told in a particular time and space is very, very important, because it is then that it had its most importance. Now it has the importance of being history, memory, and telling us a little more and making us wiser. But it need not be copied the way it was told at that time. So now, again, this is one of my very favorite slides. This is intertextuality. I borrowed it from a previous presentation I had made. So the Native American story is that everything tells a story. They believe, because they've lived close to nature, which we are not doing any longer. So if you just sit next to a stone, so many things will come out of the stone. If you just look at a leaf, so many things come out of a leaf. Our sages, our gurus say that to us, but we just say कि हमारे गुरु बड़े अच्छे थे, पर हमको पता नहीं है वो क्या कहते थे, और हम वो बिल्कुल करते नहीं हैं. So this is Gaka. It's called the story from a stone. Now when I was just looking at this with my idea of phonetics, I just thought the opposite is true for us. For us, who sings songs of arrival? Kaga, Ulta, the crow. That's a storyteller for us. वो बताता है कोई आने वाला है, कोई जाने वाला है, kind of a thing. So the first stories were of course oral stories, among which is, we can see a revival there now. Then we come literature. Literature, as ma'am pointed out, is written. The word literature is to do with writing, with literacy and with letters. So when the stories began to be written down, it started being called literature. And for many years, for about 100 years, all the departments of English and other languages and all were debating that orature does not consist of literature. The debate was there, that orality is an inferior form of storytelling and writing is a better form of storytelling, which is what we are still doing. And now we have the next challenge. So now we have literature is also literature which tells us how to use this laptop or to use a new device. That's also literature. But literature, the literature that we are discussing here is specific because it is artistic and aesthetic. We are talking about the literary use of language, which means we are using language in a particular way for a particular effect, to tell a particular story in a particular way. So everybody is telling the same stories. All of you mothers especially, I don't know how many fathers are telling everyday stories to their sons or daughters. When mothers tell the story कि बड़ा अच्छा बच्चा है दूध पी ले, खाना नहीं खाएगा तो बाबा आ जाएगा या कोई आ जाएगा, everybody is telling the same story, but how you are telling that story is different. So that is a literary element in that story. So now orality versus literature, you can't see that there, versus literature. As I said, when writing came up and books started coming in, the people who could read started looking down upon those who could not read. So orality became much less than literature, and now we've faced the same thing with digitality. Orality comes from whenever people speak, literacy comes from writing, and digitality comes from digital production. So now those who are digitally savvy, they look down upon all those who are not. So this is not a new story, it's an old story. For us it's an old story. Now something new will come up and everything will be biased towards that. So a lot of IT and cyber and all these specializations, 12वीं के बाद के बच्चे हमारे सामने आ जाते हैं and they are hacking our Moodles because they are very tech savvy. But the point is then there are some stories that we also have to tell them. So now the first question that comes up or comes to my mind that I want to discuss is that which is superior? We are all saying orality अच्छा है, literacy अच्छा है, digitality अच्छा है, सबको. Obviously I am a reader, I like books, so I'll say digital media is not so good, even speaking is not that good or something, and our zone, comfort zone, we'll only like our comfort zone. So youngsters will say digitality is the best, but seriously speaking, what are the pros and cons? What are the pluses of all these things? So how Rebecca has put it, Amik has put this idea is that with the alphabet and the papyrus, we got one kind of literature, the printing press, we got another kind of literature, and now with digital information, we're getting another kind of literature. All these are changes. We cannot say that they are, really different things. So there is no real bridge required because they are just, they're not, there's no break. They're just transforming from one media to another. Literature is something, or stories or narrative is something which is across all these. Yes. For those who are in particular literature departments and everything, I'm sorry. When I saw that everybody in this college is here, all the other discipline students and all are also there, I felt that I have to, play down the, literature part a little, play it down a little, so that at least for everybody who's here can, connect with it. So now we have to understand that whatever, orality, literature or digitality, they are all forms of knowledge and they're all forms of communication, whatever they may be. So we have to treat them as such. We cannot really at the cost of one, we cannot highlight the other. And what we have to understand is new forms are always coming up, and they have different aspects of communication, and we should be able to appreciate that. We cannot use one medium for everything today. If we have different media for different things, we should know how to use all those. And what we have is the digital formats have increased the composition, transmission and reception. That is true. Our reach has increased so much. It is unimaginable. And also, the digital texts have incorporated the elements of orality. So one very significant thing about, about this media that I find, which is to be noted, is that their modernity. It was in modernity that literature and printing came up. The printing, the paper and all. Modernity brought in reading and writing, and they became the best skills that one could have. And our school and college systems and all are based on just that. But there are places in India and the world where modernity could not reach, where even reading, writing is impossible because of the conditions of survival. So there, if you have, without reading, writing, without reaching that particular point, digitality has created a bridge across. You can straight away, from oral, you can leap to digital. You don't really need to be well versed in reading and writing. You don't need to know any grammar. You don't need to do much. So of course, it is more inclusive. There's no doubt about it. And as yesterday, on behalf of Vanena, he was speaking, it has created its own communities. It has enabled people who cannot go out or who are bound, like the old people, or people who are like even the housewives sometimes, because who are bringing up children, caregivers, people who have older relatives at home, जिनको आप वो ध्यान रख रहे हैं कभी-कभी, बच्चे जो बड़ों का ध्यान रख रहे हैं, बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, they can also become part of that community. So in that sense, yes, it has increased. It's very, very inclusive, and it is also interactive. Book was a little one way. We could not, when we were reading, we could never ever tell the author what we got out of that book and what we could advise perhaps the author, what we wanted from a book. But the social media, the digital world is so interactive. It is two-way. And any time when you can interact, it's a better medium. We all know that. So digital media also is a social practice. So the point is that if you have gone from pre-modern to modern and then to digital, which is post-modern, then you have taken the correct steps. But if you have jumped from pre-modern to post-modern digitality, then you are not really trained, socially trained for that medium. That is what is creating problems. People who do not, for example, what is the modern age about? The modern age is about equality. It is about individuality. It is about every human being having a place and a place of dignity, which was not there in the pre-modern world. We were all judged by our birth. Nobody was judged by their achievements as such. So now the modern period is a totally different set of values which has come in. So imagine a person who doesn't know these values, who has not gone through education, doesn't understand that a mother is to be honored even if she's a woman, something like that, and you come to digitality. They will bring that ignorance with them, you see, they will be shocked. Their socialization has not happened in the correct way. So those are some of the dangers that we see. How, cyber security becomes a problem because people really don't know how to behave, because they have not gone through the proper steps. So we must understand that not only has digitality changed the media, it has also changed the language. It has democratized communication, it has given us new linguistic forms, and it has reshaped language. And the language has also undergone a change because the globalization of language has taken place, which means that people from different linguistic backgrounds can connect, and they can make some kind of, because there is visual medium also. So one can understand without having to revert to a pure language. So there is the emergence of hybrid languages. We think कि एक भाषा नहीं आती है तो क्या करेंगे, उसकी भाषा नहीं आती, but once you start communicating, a new language emerges in which one can communicate. So if we are not afraid of newness, if we are not afraid of becoming, then we should not have any problem with this hybrid. Of course, as English departments or Hindi departments, Sanskrit departments, language departments will have a problem, because फिर हम correct करते रहेंगे, grammar नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, it doesn't make sense to us. But we have to allow new languages to emerge. So now digital literature has also emerged because of this. There's a whole lot of new literary forms, hypertext fiction, interactive narrative, digital poetry, all these are there. And digitality, digital literature, digital reach, digital community making, all these challenge traditional norms. Traditional norms क्या हैं? कुछ भी मत करो, खड़े रहो, कुछ भी मत करो, बैठे रहो. Now सारा टाइम तुम फोन पे हो. I'm not saying it is good or bad. I'm just saying कि जो कुछ नहीं करते थे वो फोन पे आ गए, जो टीवी देखते थे वो फोन पे आ गए. कुछ तो करते ही हैं कोई ना कोई. But what shocks us, what makes us uncomfortable is not वो क्या कर रहे हैं, वो अलग कर रहे हैं. That difference is something very difficult to accept. It is human nature. Somehow we get so used to a particular thing कि कोई कुछ भी ज़रा हटके करता है, हमारा ध्यान उधर ही जाता है. फिर बहुत बार बच्चे भी कहते हैं, तुमने देखा फ़ोन पे लगे हो, होमवर्क कर लिया, असाइनमेंट कर लिया, तुमने वो वहाँ जाना था, वो ले आए सामान, ले आए, उसके बाद कर रहा हूँ. यू कांट बिलीव इट. आपको लगता है ये सब करके ये फ़ोन क्यों कर रहा है? वो कह रहा है नहीं मैंने टिक कर दिए सब बॉक्सेस. So we just can't believe that people can be so efficient. We feel the phone is something which is useless because हमारे time में ऐसा नहीं था. So now digital texts represent fundamentally new technologies that are very different from print, and they will create new forms of knowledge. But they will create forms of knowledge. Just as we have ancient forms of knowledge, medieval forms of knowledge, modern forms of knowledge, now we will have newer forms of knowledge. And the non-human is also now part of the postmodern. We have the non-human world also part of us. Perhaps we'll be able to pay more attention there. So now the second question. The first question was digitality or reality. Now the second question is, how do we deal with this newness? As I was saying again and again. So again Salman Rushdie comes to my rescue. He says, how does newness come into the world? How is it born? Of what fusions, translations, conjoinings is it made? What are the things that go into making it? What compromises, deals, betrayals of its secret nature? And is birth always a fall? एक नया जन्म जब है किसी का, because in the Abrahamic religions, a birth is considered to be a fall. We are tainted with the original sin. They are all. And even for us to be born as human is good fortune, but we are born again only because we have to do some hisab kitab, some karam ka hisab kitab. Otherwise we would not be born. So to be born itself is a burden. So is birth always going to be a fall? Jaise newness hai, through all that blood and pain, a new baby is born. Are new things always going to be accepted only after a great deal of difficulty? So one very tiny example is when my daughter asked for her phone when she was in school, how much we resisted. Nahi. But she got it when I think she was in her 12th. And when my son asked for it, we gave him in his 9th or 10th. एक बार आपने कुछ करा तो फिर वो easy हो जाता है. But new चीज़ करने में कितना हम परेशान होते हैं. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it happens to everybody. So now this question is, how long will it take and what are the problems in adapting to newer systems? So now the modern space. I'm just going back to what I was saying about the modern space. That modern space was a totally different space from the earlier space, which is modernity, where the new ideas which came post-Enlightenment. Enlightenment is a very important phase in European history, in which we call it a scientific revolution, in which people broke away from merely what was written in books, texts of the ancient times, to newer forms of knowledge. And they started doing scientific discoveries, which we have all inherited. So that was the breakup from philosophy into natural philosophy, then into science. So that has taken place in the modern age. This scientific objectivity, rationalization, trying to find out हम क्यों करते हैं ये सब, it is all part of this modern space. And why do we do it? Because we acknowledge that knowledge doesn't come just from the heavens, knowledge comes to us through our brains. For the first time we understand that every human being can possess knowledge based on their own input. So that is where education for all became very important. It is education which can make us empowered. The source of knowledge is not religion or God or anything. The source of knowledge is our brain and its interaction with various things. So now Habermas is a philosopher. As I said, literature is part of the humanities, and humanities is that part of philosophy which is the other half of natural science, natural philosophy. And so he says that the role of the philosophy or humanities is so important because that is going to be the kind of watchdog for the morals and ethical decisions of the scientific community. Without the humanities, without the philosophical consideration, nothing can ever be justified or should not be done. So Professor Roshan yesterday, he was saying the same thing, that when he was in doing his fellowship in the States, any professor who had got a new idea, who was looking at a new discovery or a new product, he would come and discuss it with the humanities students. And the humanities students would ask him questions, and that would tell him that is what it means to the common person and what are the other implications other than the scientific implications of the thing. So the humanities become the kind of moral keepers. They become watchdogs for whatever the science is doing. Now, why science is saying humanities is not important? Because science is making money. They don't want to be stopped. They don't want to be stopped from making money, from the patents, from the products, and to hell with what is happening to everybody else. So humanities is going to tell them, रुक जाओ, orange light देखो, green light देखो, red light देखो. वो नहीं देखना चाहते. They want to carry on. They don't want to look at the traffic signals. So humanities has to be very, very particular that we have lots of stories to tell, and we cannot let sciences ignore the traffic signals. So what he says is the aesthetic experience is what is here. Aesthetic experience is something that the stories provide. Everything can be done in a simple way. खाना हम सीधा कढ़ाई से भी खा सकते हैं, फिर परोस के स्टाइल से प्लेट में डाल के दे रहे हैं. Every experience can be rough, or it can be aesthetic. So the aesthetic experience can mediate for us the reality, the unpleasant reality of modernity, and now also the post-modernity. So the post-modernity brings with it technology. There's an onrush of technology. So much technology that everybody is boggled. The first time a certificate from my phone reached my father, he was shocked. तुमने क्या किया था वहाँ पे? तुमने बस उसकी फोटो ली और मेरे पास आ गया और तुम्हारा कार्ड बन गया. He was so shocked. It is like magic. You can't imagine. So technology has just taken over so much in such a way. So Letard is one of the postmodern philosophers again, who warned us that the postmodern condition is a condition where things are going to change. And utility and performance are going to take over truthfulness and moral authority. Nobody is going to look at moral authority, nobody is going to look at ethicality. We are only going to look at the performance and utility. So look at what we are doing in our colleges and all today. Look at how we are told to keep our records. सब कुछ लिख दो, करो या ना करो. So that appearance is sort of all. So this, he says, is commodification of knowledge. Now knowledge for its own sake is not important. Knowledge is only important if it can give us some exchange value, if it can give us some profit. तो तुमको अचार बनाना आता है? आता है. कितना बना सकती हो? 10 बना लोगे एक दिन में? तो ठीक है, महीने में 30. हाँ ठीक है, 3000 बन जाएंगे. ठीक है, चलो कंपनी शुरू करते हैं अचार बनाने की. So तुम्हारा अचार मेरे को बहुत पसंद है, मगर उसकी वैल्यू तभी है जब मैं उससे 30,000 रुपये कमा लूँगा. That kind of a thing. So it's not, I'm not saying good or bad. It's there. It's just there. So but there is a dehumanization of the knowledge production also. What was happening in the modern factory system is now again increasing through this. Then we come to another philosopher who took a look at what is happening through technology, took a look at television, media and all that, and he said, what is happening to us, to our minds, to the people, the reason for stress, etc. Today we can go back to it is that there is hyper reality. There is no reality any longer. Whatever we are seeing is a constructed reality. जो कोई हमको दिखाना चाह रहा है वो ही दिख रहा है. And so simulacra, we are only getting copies of things. तो आजकल ड्रेसेस की भी कॉपीज है ना, वो एक फर्स्ट कॉपी ऑफ अ फैशन हाउस, देन कोई कहेगा मेरा वो हेयर स्टाइल कर दो जो माधुरी का था या कंगना का था इसमें. सो दैट फैशन ऑफ कॉपी, बिकॉज इट इज सो इजी टू कॉपी, इज देयर फॉर एवरीथिंग. सो कॉपीज आर मोर रियल देन रियल. यू टेल अ चाइल्ड, बच्चा आके बोलेगा मम्मी भूख लग रही है मैगी बना दो, एड को देख के. वो माँ के किचन बनाती हो, मम्मा 5 मिनट हो गए, वो तो 2 मिनट में बन जाती है. For him, that advertisement is more real than the process of his mother making the Maggie. So we are living in an unreal world. It is not real any longer. The mind is made up of all this technical, technological, and all the things that we are consuming. So he warns against this. So boundaries are already being blurred by technology. So what can stories do? Stories can make us aware. They can tell us that beware, this is happening. But the saddest part is that those who are making the codings, the algorithms and all that, they don't have time for stories. Their parents have told them, कहानियाँ पढ़ रहे हो, क्या बनोगे? साइंस पढ़ो. फिर बीटेक में पहुंच जाते हैं और वाइस चांसलर्स और हेड्स बोलते हैं इंजीनियर बनने आए हो, ऐसे फालतू का टाइम नहीं है आपके पास, गो स्टडी, प्रोजेक्ट बनाओ. कितने प्रोजेक्ट है तुम्हारे? कोई प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है, नो जॉब, पास नहीं हो सकते. तो कहाँ है कहानियों के लिए टाइम? बच्चों के पास इतना टाइम ही नहीं कि अपनी कहानी किसी को सुना सकें. तो कहानी नहीं सुना सकोगे तो विन विन वाला ही रहेगा ना माइंडसेट. कहाँ से आएगा कि मैं फेल हुआ मगर मैं रोया, मैं ठीक हो गया? ये तो आया ही नहीं बीच में गैप. सो व्हाई नॉट स्टोरीज? आई आस्क दैट, व्हाई नॉट स्टोरीज? So he says it is not, the simulacra means the copies that are not there as copies any longer. वो इसीलिए है कि वो ट्रूथ को भी छुपा रही हैं. आपको पता ही नहीं है कि कोई ट्रूथ है ही नहीं, कोई सच है ही नहीं है इसके पीछे. So of course this had come out of the Gulf War. So now we also understand that human resistance, and we also have to understand that as humans, our existence and the machines, how we are going to relate to them. So we need philosophical inquiry. We need always a mentation. We need ideas. We need to think. We need to just sit and think. वो जो बैठ के वो चाय क्या बोलते हैं उसको, नुक्कड़ पे चाय पे चर्चा, वो जो बैठ के आप सिर्फ कुछ नहीं कर रहे हो, सिर्फ आप बैठे और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते जा रहे हो, वो कितना इम्पॉर्टेंट है. वो 2-2 मिनट की कहानियाँ जो है वो इतनी इम्पॉर्टेंट है फॉर बैलेंसिंग आउट एवरीथिंग. इट्स फॉर दैट वी आर नॉट गेटिंग टाइम. अच्छा सुनो, फ्री हो? नहीं मैं भी कहीं जा रहा हूँ. ठीक है बाद में बात करते हैं. कहाँ टाइम है कोई कहानी बोलने की? वो जिसको बोलते हैं बतियाना, दैट इज नॉट देयर. आई फाइंड दैट वर्ड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, बतियाना. आई मीन आई यूज्ड टू थिंक it's like a real occupation, बतियाना. But men always say क्यों बतिया रही हो, कि औरतें ही बोलती रहती हैं, आदमी ऐसे लगता है बोलते ही नहीं है, till you see them with men. So now Cassandra speaks, again my very romantic addiction to literature. Cassandra is one of the mythical creatures who could see the truth, the future, but somehow she could only see the bad things of the future. And whatever she said happened. So she was like a tragic figure. So now what we are saying is the future is the decline of print culture, and we can see that this publishing industry is going and the literary heritage is going to change. Literature is perhaps going to become history, but the depth and quality of literary engagement in the digital age is questionable. क्या उतना टाइम, जितना एक टाइम एक ऑथर लाइक सलमान रश्दी नाइव्स लिख रहा है कि क्या क्या सोच रहा है, क्या क्या कर रहा है, जब हम डिजिटल रिस्पॉन्सेस देते हैं तो क्या हम इतना सोचते हैं क्या हमारी इतनी philosophical inquiry होती है? We need to think deeply about it. Can we just use the digital media because it's available and it's free? Or should we put in some thought into it? That perhaps can help us. So now this is a new evolution of man. But we are still bent like that in the second last. So now the third question is, what is the use of stories that aren't even true? Again another Salman Rushdie quote. जब कहानियाँ सच ही नहीं होती है, because साइंस तो सच की तलाश कर रही है, फिलॉसफी भी सच की तलाश कर रही है, पुलिस भी सच की तलाश कर रही है, वोटर भी सच की तलाश कर रहा है, सब तो सच की तलाश कर रहे हैं, बदले में क्या मिल रही है? कहानियाँ. तो फायदा ही क्या है इनका? अब दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन आई वांट टू आस्क यू आल्सो, एंड दिस क्वेश्चन हैज कम टू मी बिकॉज when we started our English department in the CUJ, most of the other departments, economics, maths and all said English तो चाहिए ना, क्योंकि कुछ भी डेटा और इन्फॉर्मेशन बनानी है, कुछ भी डेटा बेसिस बनाने हैं, प्रिंट कल्चर, तो वो अंग्रेजी डिपार्टमेंट के बगैर कैसे होगा? तो ये अंग्रेजी डिपार्टमेंट सिर्फ इसलिए आई. और फिर वो कहते हैं अच्छा मैडम आपकी कहानियाँ हो गई. तो आई जस्ट डिसाइडेड दैट यू नो रियली व्हाट इज द यूज ऑफ स्टोरीज विच आर नॉट इवन ट्रू. फायदा ही क्या है हमको इसका? सो आई वुड लाइक ऑल ऑफ यू टू आंसर इन योर ओन वे ऑल्सो टू योर सेल्व्स. So let me count the ways in which they are good. Again, Habermas, when he was talking about this, he says, it is stories or aesthetic experience which can mediate for us the reality of our life situations. Instead of going to digital platform or media or secondary sources, why don't we look at our own selves, at the human selves, and look at our own experiences? Now out of this thing, we have what is called journaling. Counselors are now saying, whatever happens to you, if you're under stress, write whatever you are feeling. Write what you cannot solve. And it is helping. So that is how, again, these are our own stories. So aesthetics are also a dynamic bridge between knowledge, ethics and politics. So this we have already done, everybody. I'm so glad that everybody understands that literature is everywhere. Stories are everywhere. And so we can see that when a technical development takes place, immediately an author writes a book about it. So Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein when they were just about talking about science. And she says, if science is going to be so omniscient that it can overtake God, it can create human beings, then maybe all human beings will be like Frankenstein. First they will be born and then they'll become out of control. So they're all warnings. Science fiction keeps giving us warnings. We also have tales of mathematics coming out of Edgar Poe's ratiocination, in which he's doing logical calculation of where a key can be hidden. And anthropology, as ma'am had mentioned, the DIG had mentioned that anthropology is so clear next to the literature because stories of our ancestors, our kinships, our genes, genetic pool, all come from anthropology. History, of course, we have so much. Sociology, there are novels of Premchand, Mahashweta Devi, which are telling you about the society, about the people and their lived experiences, their life historical situations. Psychological depth, with the modern age, we got so much literature which is telling us what happens inside a woman's mind when she is pregnant or when her husband leaves her. Before that, women's mind was not understood by anybody. Only one thing was there कि औरतों को कोई समझ नहीं सकता. वो औरतों को कोई इसलिए समझ नहीं सकता कि कोई कोशिश ही नहीं करता. और ज़्यादा तंग करे तो एक नहीं है तो दूसरी आ जाएगी. तो इसलिए थोड़ा वो प्रॉब्लम थी, पर अगर समझने लगो तो वो इतना ज़्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है. तो साइकोलॉजिस्ट ने समझने की कोशिश करी और बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल हो गए. सो ऑफ कोर्स दैट वाज आल्सो अ मैन, आई एम ग्लैड टू से, फ्रॉइड. Religious stories are also there. Then we have bhakti stories are there about spirituality. Literature has made nations through poems like Sare Jahan Se Acha, Vande Mataram, then Leaves of Grass. Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass created the American nation as it is today. Chaucer's poetry created the English nation as it is today. So now this is one of my favorite areas, that literature is a semantic space, a semiotic space. It's a space where symbols are born. Now, a very simple thing was that the trees, which are considered to be the forests where our sages got their knowledge under the trees, like Buddha got his knowledge under the banyan tree and all, those trees are still depicted in literature. as a bridge between earth and heaven. The trees are always seen as a symbol that connect earth with heaven. So that symbol has not gone anywhere. Why? Thanks to literature, thanks to stories. Science ने तो बहुत कुछ बीच में कर दिया, but stories have kept these things alive. Then the Holy Grail is considered to be a cup which in which Christ had his last drink, wine, and everybody is searching for that cup. Now that cup and the phallic symbol are the same. The cup symbolizes the same thing as our Ardhanarishwar or our symbol of the lingam. The same thing. It implies the same thing. Then this halo, this image I put here, because we know हमारे सब भगवान, अभी कल गुरु नानक जयंती थी, तो जब हम WhatsApp कर रहे थे तो गुरु नानक के पीछे तो बहुत ही, मतलब when you look at that, such a peaceful halo is there. Interesting story is that the worship of nature was considered to be wrong by those people who started the written word, जिनकी books आ गई, हिदायतें आ गई कि भगवान ऐसे हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि nature worship गलत है. So when those people conquered the places जहाँ nature worship होती थी, तो अब जो nature natives हैं, they worship nature. They were told now to paint or make images of saints, new saints आगे जो, तो उन्होंने अपने गॉड की इमेज जो वो हमेशा पेंट करते थे सन्स की, वो छोड़ी नहीं, उसको बैकग्राउंड में कर दिया. सो व्हेन दे वर बॉइंग बिफोर द सेंट्स, दे वर एक्चुअली बॉइंग बिफोर देयर सन. सो द सन फाउंड अ परमानेंट प्लेस इन द न्यू रिलीजन्स. सो दिस इज व्हाट एस्थेटिक्स कैन डू. It can preserve so many things for you, keep alive so many things for you. कि जैसे वो कई पुरानी कहानी में होता है ना कि वो वहीं पड़ा रहा जब तक कि कोई, जैसे वो अहल्या वैसे ही पत्थर बनी रही जब तक राम ने वहाँ नहीं पहुँचे. Then there are many stories in which somebody, sleeping beauty, keeps sleeping till the prince comes. कोई चीज़ ऐसे ही रहती है in an inert state till something can move it. So like that, till somebody discovers that this is the sun god, you don't know इसकी क्या मीनिंग क्या है. तो स्टोरीज को हम कभी नकार नहीं सकते. There were so many years when we thought that Ram Setu is an imaginary bridge, कि उनको समझ नहीं आया रामायण में कि कैसे बनाए. उन्होंने ये बॉडी देखी उस ब्रिज की, but now we are finding so much evidence that maybe it was a man-made bridge, or maybe it was built upon. थोड़ा था, थोड़ा बनाया गया. It is possible. Now that bridge के ऊपर कोई गया है, ये किसने जिंदा रखा? एक कहानी ने. कहाँ हमको कनेक्ट, मतलब वी आर डाइंग टू डिस्कवर कि 10,000 साल पुराना हमारा एक ब्रिज है. वो कहानी नहीं होती, कोई बोलता नहीं. साइंस आ जाती, हटाओ सब कहानियाँ, हटाओ ह्यूमैनिटीज, लिटरेचर हटा दो, तो उनका भी महत्व कम ही हो जाता थोड़ा. सो ऑल नॉलेज इज इंटरकनेक्टेड एंड एनी वन नॉलेज इज इनकम्प्लीट इन इटसेल्फ. Because the modernism had created an age of specialization. आँख का डॉक्टर टांग नहीं देखता, मैं इंग्लिश जानती हूँ तो मैं हिंदी नहीं जानती, मैं साइंस जानती हूँ तो मैं कहानी पढ़ना ही नहीं चाहती, मैं कहानी पढ़ती हूँ तो मैं साइंस जानना नहीं चाहती. मेरे को लगता है अरे मैं लिटरेचर में हूँ भाई, मैथ्स क्यों पूछ रहे हो मेरे से. ऐसा कोई हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल नहीं है. सो एनी वन नॉलेज इज इनकम्प्लीट. इफ यू नो लिटरेचर बट डोंट नो साइंस, देन ऑल्सो यू कांट डू मच. So literature is a symbol of interconnectedness of all kinds of knowledge, and it is a human face. It is a human face, let's remember. And now we can also say the post-human face of any branch of knowledge. Like you can test anything on human beings through the stories. So now questions are always posed about things. Humans are having different kinds of crises. Now humans, are they capable of accommodating the virtual with the real? Devi asked this question कि हमारी मेमोरी का क्या होगा. वो मेमोरी जो कलेक्टिव मेमोरी, कल्चरल मेमोरी, ओरल लिटरेचर अभी तक हमारे पास है थ्रू मेमोरी, will the digital world replace that memory? That is one question. Baudelaire says that the blurring between simulation and reality, what will happen to our minds? What will happen to the generations who cannot distinguish between the real and the unreal, the non-real, the virtual? And most importantly, the question of authenticity. Copies आने से authenticity पे सवाल हमेशा होता है कि what is real, what is the original? वी थिंक दैट वॉट वी नो इज़ द ओरिजिनल, द ऑथेंटिक, और जो कोई दूसरा बता रहा है वो कॉपी है. हमको क्या पता, कोई कहानी हमारे पास इतने सालों के बाद आई. How can we say that the story we got is real or copy? There are copies all over the world. The question of authenticity, this troubles us. But it is also a problem with arts. The original अच्छा है या copy अच्छी है. So these are some of the problems that arts also has to deal with. So with the 1001 Nights, I learnt when I read that book that it all started with a question. For a prince, the Shahzada did not want the story to end. अगर आपको याद है तो वो कहता है कि मुझे कहानियाँ बंद नहीं होनी चाहिए. मैं सो जाऊँ और कहानियाँ बंद ना हो तो तुम जा सकते हो, और अगर कहानियाँ बंद हो गई और मैं जागा रहा तो सर कलम हो जाएगा. And then this one smart woman, she started spinning a whole lot of stories, the Shahzadi, and she didn't let him sleep. और वो कहानियाँ बोलती गई और वो थक गया और वो नहीं थकी. तब से औरतें ज़्यादा बोलती हैं. उनको समझ आ गया कि उसी में उनकी जीत है. सो मैनी क्वेश्चंस अराइज, बट हर क्वेश्चन का आंसर मिले ये ज़रूरी नहीं है. बट क्वेश्चन सुनना भी ज़रूरी है और उसको ध्यान देना भी ज़रूरी है. So this was something really brilliant I read. I'm concluding with that Elif Shafak, we all know, is a beautiful, wonderful author, and she says what place is there for stories and imagination today. She's really musing about it. In an article she wrote, she says in the late 90s, when we got to know that digital world is opening up, it is going to bring everybody together, we are all going to become more like a community, and now we will have democracy and we will have communication with everyone. But fast forward today, we are living in a world in which there is too much information, but little knowledge and even less wisdom. बहुत onslaught है information का. उस information का हम क्या करते हैं हमको पता नहीं है. दिमाग पे इतना बोझ है कि हम थके ही रहते हैं. जो शिलाजीत नहीं खाते वो बाकी तो ठीक रहते हैं. Then her answer to this question is, the art of storytelling is all about building connections. Connections between things and between people also, across the globe also. We cannot be happy कि हमने अपना literature पढ़ लिया और हम बड़े अच्छे हो गए. It is about understanding how the other world also lives, other people also live. As writers, we adore stories, but we are and must be equally interested in silences also. कोई चुप क्यों रह गया? उसकी भी एक कहानी है. अगर कोई चुप रह गया तो वो उसकी कहानी क्यों छुप जाएगी? उस साइलेंस में जो कहानी है वो भी सुनिए. Literature brings the periphery to the center and rehumanizes. If we are unhumanized, dehumanized because of technology or anything, we can be rehumanized. We must also bridge written and oral cultures. In the age of hyper-information and instant gratification, fast consumption and climate destruction, literature is and has to be an act of hope. Our stories are going to show us the way forward. It has to be of resistance also. Resistance to things that we do not want. Resistance to things that are being taken away from us. So literature is the antidote to numbness. Now here she says कि अगर किसी के साथ कुछ हो रहा है और हम चुप रहते हैं, एक numb हो गए हम. Numbness is the death of humanity. So if you are, instead of just dying, writing stories, telling stories, sharing stories, listening to those who are not speaking, we cannot let them go. We have to make hatred disappear. We have to bring peace. Literature's power is that it brings us of what we are capable of. हम क्या बन गए हैं या क्या being हैं वो ज़रूरी नहीं है. हम क्या becoming होंगे, what we can become, not of destruction but of beauty, solidarity, sisterhood and love. We have brotherhood, but we do not have sisterhood. Women really, the first thing, you look at two girls, best friends, and a boy walks in, they are in competition. You look at any movies, there are two boys and both of them fall in love with one girl, एक छोड़ देगा, sacrifice ही कर देगा जब उसको पता चलेगा. और लड़कियां नहीं करेंगी. Sisterhood की भी थोड़ी ज़रूरत है. Jealousy बहुत है, yes. Jealousy इसलिए क्योंकि power नहीं है ना उनके पास. Only power is through men. So अगर power आ जाएगा तो jealousy भी चले जाएगी. So stories must go on. Answers मिले ना मिले, questions must go on, stories must go on. And literature is a, what is the literary space? Literature is a kind of uncontrolled free space in which unpredictable things can happen. Kuch bhi ho sakta hai. And from which unpredictable, unexpected, but beautiful things can happen. Thank you so much.
मैंने कर रखा है.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neena Gupta Vij, for such an enriching discussion. It was really thought-provoking and very insightful. Your exploration of how digitality bridges the gap between traditional and modern communication, turning literature into a two-way exchange, was truly enlightening. The idea of digital media as both a globalizing force and a social practice resonates deeply, especially in the context of hybrid languages and digital literature shaping new forms of language. Your reflections on modern values like equality, individuality, and dignity, alongside the challenges of socialization and parenting in the digital age, were both timely and impactful. The reference to Baudrillard highlighting hyperrealism added a fascinating dimension to the discussion, ma'am, as did the poignant examples and Salman Rushdie's insights. The question you posed, what is the use of stories that aren't even true, was very powerfully answered by your assertion that stories mediate the reality of our lives, grounding us in shared human experiences. You also discussed how aesthetics offer visual narratives. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a stimulating and enriching session that has given us so much to reflect on. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, once again. A huge round of applause, please. Now it's time for the virtual address. I would request the technical committee to please ensure a seamless connection.
Hello. Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, you're audible. Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, we are really sorry for the delay and any inconvenience caused to you.
No, it's fine.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to introduce our next plenary speaker, Dr. Sayantan Chakrabarti. Dr. Sayantan Chakrabarti, an esteemed academic and assistant professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at BITS Pilani, Dubai campus, UAE. Dr. Chakrabarti's academic pursuits traverse interdisciplinary domains with his primary research interests encompassing environmental humanities, indigenous studies, and medical humanities. His scholarship has enriched several prestigious journals, including Interventions, International Journal of Postcolonial Studies, Journal of Commonwealth Literature, Geohumanities, South Asia, Journal of South Asian Studies, and Journal of Post-Colonial Writing. Dr. Chakrabarty's work exemplifies a commitment to bridging disciplines and exploring pressing global issues through the lens of the humanities. It is an honor to have Dr. Chakrabarty with us today, who is joining us from BITS Pilani, Dubai, virtually. Okay, all right, sir, you may please proceed with your address.
Thank you, everyone. So, my presentation.
Sir, I would request you to please wait for 5 minutes. There is some technical problem.
Okay, no issues.
Sir, we have a 5-minute felicitation ceremony here.
Okay, fine.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and patience.
Thank you.
First of all, I would invite Dr. Satish Kumar Bansalji, retired principal, Government College, Una. Please, sir, join us on the stage. Huge round of applause for Dr. S.K. Bansal. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would invite Dr. Rajinder Kumar Sharma, Principal, Government College, Khad. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would invite upon the stage Professor Binny Ori, retired associate professor from Government College, Una. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would invite upon the stage Dr. Ravi Raj, Associate Professor of English, Government College, Khad, to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would invite upon the stage Dr. Sanjeev Dadwal, Regional Center, Dharamshala, to please join us on the stage. Please, sir. It's an honor to have you with us. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to honor the person who has contributed unconditionally to make this conference a big success. A huge round of applause for Shri Gaurav ji. Shri Gaurav Sharma ji. We are honored to have you with us here, sir. Put your hands together, everyone. Now, I would request our worthy principal, ma'am, Dr. Meeta Sharma, to please honor our plenary speaker, Dr. Neena Gupta Wij from Central University of Jammu. Put your hands together, everyone. Thank you, respected members. I request all the members to please settle down as we are about to commence the virtual address. Dr. Sayantan Chakrabarti, am I audible to you?
Yes.
All right, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reintroduce our plenary speaker from joining us virtually from BITS Pilani, Dubai campus. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Sayantan Chakrabarti, an esteemed academic and assistant professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at BITS Pilani, Dubai campus. Dr. Chakrabarti's academic pursuits traverse interdisciplinary domains with his primary research interests encompassing environmental humanities, indigenous studies, and medical humanities. His scholarship has enriched several prestigious journals, including Interventions, International Journal of Post-Colonial Studies, Journal of Commonwealth Literature, Geohumanities, South Asia, Journal of South Asian Studies, and Journal of Post-Colonial Writing. Dr. Chakravarti's work exemplifies a commitment to bridging disciplines and exploring pressing global issues through the lens of the humanities. It is an honor to have Dr. Chakrabarti with us today. I request our technical staff to ensure that the connection remains seamless throughout the address. Thank you so much, Chakrabarti, for joining with us. You may please proceed with your address.
Thank you, Dr. Vipul. I thank Dr. Meeta Sharma, the principal of Government College of UNA, for inviting me. So I will share my screen for the presentation. So is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir. Yes, we are able to see it, sir.
So the title of my presentation is Healing Through Stories, Exploring Pathography in the Context of Medical Humanities. Now
Sir,
this presentation is a
kindly make it
collaboration
full
with
screen.
my
Kindly
PhD
make it
student,
full screen, sir.
Kritika Nanda.
Santan, sir, please make it full screen. Please press F5. The presentation
Yeah,
is
it is
visible, but it is not full screen. The PPT is... It was fine, sir, just you had to press F5 so that it is visible full screen.
Okay, just a minute.
Yes, sir, yes.
So, you mean this one? Is it
Please,
okay?
please present your, like, share screen, sir. It is not visible. Your screen is not visible to us yet.
Okay,
Yes.
just a minute. So first I need to go here. This is entire screen. Share the screen.
It's the fourth option from the right, sir. Yes, sir.
Is my screen visible
Yes,
now?
yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Now
So please
I
press
do
F5,
this.
sir. So that, yes, right.
Now it's
Good,
okay,
sir.
right?
Good, sir. Yeah, it's fine, sir. It's fine. Thank you.
So the title of my presentation is Healing Through Stories, Exploring Pathography in the Context of Medical Humanities. Now, this is a collaboration with my PhD student, that is Kritika Nanda. We are working together in this field. Now, this is the table of contents. I will be exploring this topic today in this presentation. Now, I designed this particular presentation as an introduction to medical humanities, then I will move to certain applications of medical humanities in literary texts. Now, introduction to medical humanities, this is an interdisciplinary field and it involves medical science and humanities, certain areas like philosophy of medicine, history of medicine, medical ethics, and we also deal with the application to medical education and practice. Now, humanities is derived from the Latin word humanitas, and in the context of medical humanities, it refers to a healthcare professional possessing a diverse range of skills and qualities, not only technically skilled, but also compassionate and empathetic. Now, the roots of medical humanities, the roots go back to Asclepius, then Hippocrates, then Galenus, and then in the Indian tradition, we have the Ayurvedic tradition, that is the science of life. We have Charak Samhita, Susrut Samhita, and Bhagavata's Astango Hriday. Now, during the Renaissance, what happened in the 14th century? So students were required to study literature, history, and philosophy as part of the medical curriculum. So they were, excuse me. So they were also, besides medically well versed, they were also supposed to know about the emotional dimensions of the patients. However, during the 19th and the 20th century, due to technological advancements, what happened? It led to the marginalization of the humanities in the medical education. As a result, they developed reductionist approach to understand a particular disease. So specialization started, specialization was initiated. And excuse me, I have cough and cold. And the focus shifted towards science and more specialized mode of education. So the classical humanities was ignored, and they had developed a neglect for the human beings. So a human being was considered as a group of symptoms, and this led to the dehumanization of medicine. Now, healthcare professionals, they focused solely on treating the physical aspects of the disease, and they started ignoring the emotional and ethical dimensions of the patients. This led to the emergence of medical humanities in the 20th century as a response to this shift. The term was first coined by George Sutton in the year 1948. And in the 1960s, the term resurfaced in the medical education. The field, this particular field, got institutional status in 1972 with the foundation of Institute of Medical Humanities in the University of Texas. And the first journal, that is the Journal of Medical Humanities, was established in the 1980s. Then emerged certain other journals. Now, the incorporation of humanities in medical education, the impact was at the level of empathy for healthcare professionals. It improved the patient care system, and it also led to the long-term positive effect on both patients and the doctors. The shift from medical reductionism to medical holism was very distinct, and there emerged enhanced empathy, improved communication, harmonious relationship, increased patient trust and satisfaction. Now, the scope of medical humanities. Now, when it comes to the scope of medical humanities, we find the improvement in medical education, especially reflective practices, cultural and religious beliefs. We find enhancing the patient care system, that is improved communication and empathy. We also get about the narratives of illness, the different experiences of patients and the manner in which the patients write their problems, that is the narratives of illness. Then we find the well-being of healthcare providers, that is their reduced burnouts. It also helps in building resilience. It also improved the qualitative research, new avenues were opened, and we found that different ethnographic strategies, different methods were adopted for this qualitative research. We also understood different social dimensions of certain diseases, the appreciation of certain diseases in a particular community. Now, medical humanities, it has developed into curriculum development also took place because of this field. we find reflective writing. We found the art observation, that is art of seeing at Yale University, then training the eye at Harvard University. We also found music therapy for both patients and the medical service providers. We found the patients coming up and sharing their stories about the diseases, their experiences with the diseases. We also found revisions in ethical decision making. There also came up different policies for patient care system, and we also found different emergence of different journals and conferences. With the advancement of technology, especially artificial intelligence, we also find different challenges, at the same time different opportunities in the field of medical humanities. For example, the digital tools and the interactive medical database allow the healthcare professionals and students to explore diverse historical and cultural contexts without geographical or physical boundaries. We also find virtual reality, VR, and we find immersive experiences, and these experiences provide empathy, improve empathy, and build deeper connections with the patient and especially the healthcare system. The simulations through the simulations, the medical students experience scenario from the perspective of their patients, and this kind of scenario these scenarios help understand the social, emotional, and physiological impact of the illness. Now, when it comes to literature, literature plays a very vital role in reflecting a particular disease. So what we find the narrative of illness, and we find the impact of illness on the patient's life, including their relationship, career, and mental health. Narrative medicine and reflective practices enhance the patient care and foster deeper connection with the patients and the understanding of the diseases. Then the reflective practices, such kind of reflective practices helps in journaling, that is writing about the disease, certain kinds of group discussions where different patients, they come together and they share their experiences. So it also helps the healthcare professionals to connect the emotional and their everyday experiences with the patients as well as with other practitioners. Such kind of experiences reduce the burnout in a particular profession, and they engage in a kind of compassion with each other, which helps in reducing the fatigue of both patients and the healthcare professionals. Now, medical storytelling, sometimes role playing as a patient, it also provides healthcare providers to evaluate such kind of tools, provide healthcare professionals to evaluate certain situations from multiple perspectives. It refines such kind of practices, refine the communication skills also, especially the use of certain terminologies, certain words which are very sensitive. So it increases the communication skill. And at the same time, there are certain challenges also which the family of the patient and the patient through conversation can overcome the challenges related to the particular disease and all. Now, when it comes to the phenomenology of illness, the phenomenology, it is a field of philosophy, and it deals with the study of the phenomena and the way we experience the things in the phenomena, in the phenomenal world, especially the natural world. Now, when we apply phenomenology in the field of medical humanities, we understand the deep-rooted impact that illness has on the lived experiences of individuals. It helps in understanding how diseases can alter the way a particular person communicates with the surroundings and themselves. Now, this method also helps in the examination of illness especially the impact of the illness on the ability of an individual in conducting the everyday experiences, everyday activities. And it also helps in the perception of the reality, the change of the reality around the patient. So it also brings out the changes. This particular narrative method or this phenomenology of illness. And this phenomenology of illness, it emphasizes the subjective experiences of an individual. And we try to interpret the manner in which such kind of experiences help in understanding the reality or the changing reality of the patient. So this is a very important aspect within medical humanities, that is the phenomenology of illness. Now, particularly when we attempt or when we try to interpret a literary text from the perspective of medical humanities, we employ the method of pathography. Now, pathography, that is, it is made up of two Greek words, that is pathos and graphos. Graphos means writing and pathos means emotions and sentiments. So manner in which illness also, the disease also, the emotions and sentiments are written in by a particular patient or a person who experienced a patient undergoing a particular disease. Now, pathographies are detailed personal narratives of illness, and pathographies provide insight into the complexities of living with the disease. It is a subgenre within biography or autobiography. So in this particular presentation, we will take up one autobiography and one biography. It will come. Then this pathography, it helps as a therapeutic tool, and it allows the patients to experience their emotions while offering an insight into what it is like to live with an illness. So it gives emotional exposure or emotional outlet, a ventilation for the patient to share their experiences related to the illness. We had certain books emerging, for example, John Gunther's Death Be Not Proud, then Oliver Sacks' A Leg to Stand On, then William Staten's Darkness Visible. So these were some of the early books related to pathography. Now, through pathography, we try to capture the human sides of the illness, and it offers a window into the emotional and psychological struggles of the patient. Now, these narratives provide us with broader, more subjective aspects of clinical case studies with the objective of reports focusing on the physical symptoms and disease and the experiences of the patients related to those clinical studies and especially lab reports and all. So when a patient goes through the medical report, let's say blood sugar level or different reports, the manner in which they react, let's say any kind of endoscopy or any particular report, so the manner in which they respond to such reports. So these are some of the important aspects that we find explained in or mentioned in different novels, and we try to interpret these experiences through this method called pathography. Now, it is the narratives of illness, and in this particular presentation, I will take up Rohinton Minstri's Family Matters and then Ilo Oldeja's Minus in My Blood. Now, Rohinton Mistry in Family Matters, the themes are related to the subjective experiences of illness, altered identity, and mental trauma. It is especially on Parkinson's disease, and the main protagonist is Nariman Vakil. And through the protagonist, Rohinton Mistry, he raises questions related to family relationship between the patient and the family. That is what we get to see, and how that particular disease shapes the identity of this person, this patient, that is Nariman, and how this particular person experiences the mental agony, and also we get to know the care providers or the family matters, the manner in which they react to Nariman in this novel. So through Nariman, what we get to see that how this disease, Parkinson's disease, this disease causes a heavy physical and emotional strain. Means it is not just the disease, but also the caregivers in the family who are equally afflicted with the patient. So some of the problems we experience, that is shaky hands. We find the patient struggling in tying the shoelace, the patient's dependence on walking stick, and we find many mobility related issues in this novel. Now the portrayal showcases the physical limitations of this disease, the how this particular disease cripples or limits the mobility of a particular person. So that's what we get to see through this particular novel. Now the constant dependency on the family members. So this is one important thing. So the person who was, let's say, very much independent, was able to do different activities, daily activities, let's say 5 years ago, the same person now struggles to uh, perform such activities. So this transition creates a lot of mental agony, frustration, and misery for the patient. So this is what we get to see in this novel. Now here is a quotation, sample quotation I have taken up. There are so many quotations in this novel. So are you saying the world has not become a dangerous place? So this is the question asked by Jal, one character in this novel, to which Nariman responds, oh, it has, especially indoors. Now this word is very important, indoors. That is, the patient is not able to go out. The patient is rather not allowed to go out. The patient is most of the time confined within the four walls of the home. And number one, this particular word, the indoors are considered a safe environment by the family members, and also to a great extent by the patient. And it is also emotionally very depressing for the patient because of the dependence on the family members. So these are different dimensions we get to see in this particular novel. Just single word, this particular word indoors, it reflects several dimensions. Now here is another quotation where we find the family members, they are trying to tell the patient not to go out without informing the patient. Now such kind of the buttons are difficult. Here we find another important dimension of performing daily activities. So here we find especially the control of the family members on the patient. Now this is a serious concern for an elderly person, and sometimes the patients, they try to question themselves, and at the same time the caregivers also, are they doing some justice to him? Or so the patient is now caught in a dilemma in such a situation, the psychological condition of the patient. Now Nariman's needs not being met by his pension, this is another dimension. So he is a pensioner, he is dependent on pension, and it is his daily expenses and his let's say monthly expenses are not met by his pension. So it also shows the government's insufficient support for such kind of patients. So we find a lack of policy, means this is something extra textual, but we find lack of societal as well as policy related issues in this field, when we find a patient not getting dependent on pension for treatment, and the patient does not have proper financial support. This is another dimension that we see. But we do not find much detailed description regarding these things, but we can take certain medical policies and all and can parallelly try studying such kind of situations. This is another research opportunity in this medical field. Now we get another novel, that is Venus in My Blood. So it is written by this person, Ayolo Oldeja. He's a Nigerian and he suffered from this disease called sickle cell anemia. Now it is a particular blood condition where the white blood cells, they turn into sickle cell and the patient loses immunity related problem. This is an autobiography where the author tells about his affliction with sickle cell anemia, his physical pain, inflammation in the body, injection, pain due to injection, then different physical aspects also, different stages of the treatment, and it also, we also get to see the growth of the person as a patient, especially the person knowing that this is a chronic disease, that he is suffering from a chronic disease and there's no escape from that disease. So his dependence on the treatment and he's dependent on the family members, and he's searching for a way to the world, and his desire to be a very normal person. So we get to see these psychological dimensions as well, especially when we see when this particular person was a child. We find that the other kids were playing in the field, they were very happy, they were performing many physical activities in the field, but this patient this child as a patient was not allowed to perform certain physical activities, play certain games and all. The patient should not run too fast. So we find so many psychological, physical challenges faced by this particular patient. Now this is Venus in My Blood. It's a very interesting novel, and I have a copy of this novel at present on my table. Now what we get through these novels, we find in these novels that these authors, they explore the mental and the psychological impact of illness, the suffering of the patient, not only the patient suffering, the family members and the caregivers, sometimes the hospital nurse also, they find it difficult to control the patient, they find it difficult to interact with the patient, they need to hide certain diseases from the patient, they need to go against the report and tell that you will be all right, although knowing that the case might be terminal. So many challenges are there. So we get to see all these aspects from these novels. Now the families sometimes ignore the less visible characteristics of suffering, but these sufferings are very, very taxing for the patient. It leads to loneliness, grief, financial insecurity, social exclusion. So these are some of the dimensions we get to see in these novels. We also get to see the protagonist and the protagonist's dependence on the other characters, on other family members, their feelings of loneliness, their feelings of alienation, their family, the treatment of the family members with the disease. So we find a complex network of emotions. We find so many new responsibilities, emergence of new responsibilities when we have a patient around us. We also find the manner in which family members come together. Sometimes the family members leave the patient. So we get to see such kind of instances also when family members stay away from help stay away from helping the patients. So we get to see such kind of hostile situations as well. These novels also, through these novels, we also get to see the phenomenology of illness. That is, certain patients in different parts of the world, they also experience certain empathy. They also share similar experiences, so they feel relaxed or they feel consoled when they come across the experiences of other patients. Now, to conclude this presentation, what we find that medical humanities is an important step towards dehumanization of the modern medicine. Now, by fostering empathy and promoting holistic care system, medical humanities can encourage healthcare providers to view the patients as real people with emotions, feelings, fears, and apprehensions, not just a lump of symptoms. And the patient with a particular disease should be treated accordingly, means with emotions and fears, and especially psychological consolation and support system. That is very important. And it enables the healthcare professionals to see beyond the physical aspects of the disease. And we get a comprehensive care system. It also invites us to think deeply about the treatment procedures, and these treatment procedures should not only include certain pills and medicines, it should also include certain psychological support system, especially family bonding. So the family members also should be briefed about the disease and how to tackle such a patient. So we find a comprehensive field where we find a complex field where we can blend the science of medicine with the human aspects, different psychological, let's say political, financial, economic, environmental. We find so many dimensions coming together in this particular disciplinary exchange. Now, this interdisciplinary field, it reintroduced the much needed empathy. And this concept of empathy enables the doctors to connect with the patients at the human level. Now, these are some of the dimensions of medical humanities. So I tried to keep my presentation brief so that I can interact with the audience and try to answer different questions which might emerge in the due course of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santan, for joining us on just a virtual request only.
It is my pleasure.
Right. So it was such a insightful session on medical humanities. Certainly we need to know more about medical humanities, that how these medical professionals work and what are the problems of people who are suffering from different kind of ailments. Thank you so much, Santan Chakravarti. And I'm so sorry that your session was delayed. I apologize on the behalf of entire college.
Absolutely okay for me.
Thank you so much, sir. There is one question for you. Question for you. Please wait. Do we have mic, ma'am? Do we have mic? Okay, it's a question from Dr. Nina.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Yes.
Chakravarti. A pleasure to hear you. I'm Nina from Central University of Jammu. So I was looking forward to listening to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear, but there is a lot of echo actually.
Could you please come here, please, ma'am?
I'll just come to the main mic.
Yeah, ma'am. You need to, yes. If any other participant, they too have question, they can come. Most welcome.
Good afternoon, Dr. Chakrabarti. So nice to.
Oh, Dr. Nina, you're from Central University of Jammu, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
I was there in Central University of Jammu and we presented a paper. I presented a paper there.
Oh,
So
in which conference was that?
that was that environmental conference.
Okay, all right. Environmental. Online. Did you?
No,
were-
no, I was there physically.
Okay. This is very, very interesting because, we are all sort of dealing with the medical profession, which has become so objective and disconnected with, the patient. It's only one patient part that they are interested in. And now it's like such a business that every 5 minutes they are minting money. So they don't even want to look at the patient. And it is particularly because as doctors, they understand what is wrong with you, but you are not satisfied. My question was when I heard you, discussing about pathographies and all, in alternative medicine, in Ayurveda as well as in homeopathy, if you go to the doctors, they give you a long, they take 2-3 hours and they want to know everything. And they keep watching you, they want to see how you react. And it takes a lot of time. Sometimes we also don't have that kind of time. So in the medical humanities, is there a way to factor in on alternative practices? Is there anything we can, any way we can get into this? I would like to find something on this, but I can't, I don't know how to get in except through these texts. Oh. Question is also as long as a lecture.
There might be some network issues.
Should we wait?
Wait for a moment.
उसका मच्छी वेट कर रहा होगा खाने का दुबई मच्छी.
Yeah, he's there. He's there.
Sorry, sir, we lost you for a minute. No, can't hear you.
Sir, you're muted, sir. You're muted. Yes, please unmute.
Yeah. I'm absolutely sorry. Yeah, I got disconnected. The Wi-Fi problem was there. Okay, absolutely sorry. Yeah, please go on.
So my question was, is there a way of exploring these alternative medical methodologies to compare them? Is there any way to get into this research? Because of course through texts which are showing you medical conditions of patients and caregivers, that we can do, but into giving a solution, like, how to find, like the general practitioners and all, they used to be more humane, but we can't go back into that.
There is an emergence of another field that is complementary and alternative medicine.
Oh.
So in complementary and alternative medicine, in short, it is called CAM. So this CAM is a process through which we can, means a lot of revisions are taking place rather than Western, especially allopathic style of treatment. So in allopathy, what happens, a patient is considered only a group of symptoms.
Yes.
But in CAM, means we cannot outrightly ignore this allopathic treatment, but the insights from Ayurveda, the insight from homeopathy and other alternative treatment should also be incorporated in allopathic treatment.
All right. So that's how
that is called CAM. So this CAM is an emerging field of research nowadays.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chakrabarti, for your this session was quite informative. I hope in future we'll look more towards this medical humanities and all to understand various aspects of this field. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So shall I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. You may leave now, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you.
There is one announcement for all the faculty members and participants. Please join us for lunch in the new building, and after lunch we'll be coming back to the BCA hall for another session. So there will be technical session for all the participants who are going to present their papers, and Dr. Vandana from Central University of Jammu, she'll be joining us virtually. Thank you so much.
उसको तो रहने देते, उसको
उसको रहने दो वैसे ही, उसको क्या है, ये तो हमने वैसे ही
उसको ऐसे कर देते हैं, बस इसको लॉक कर देते हैं, ठीक है। उसको रखने रखा रहने
रहने दो ऐसे ही।
हाँ
ये लिस्टिंग आ रही है। हेलो, अच्छा इसको ऑडियो बंद कर दिया। हेलो, am I audible to all of you, all the participants?
Yes, sir.
Please open up your mics and respond back. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, well, I'm not getting the response from other participants. Okay, well, as we are today in the last session of this 2 days international conference, so I welcome you, all those who are connected right now in this online platform. As you know, the theme of this conference was exploring the literary space as a bridge across disciplines. So, in this conclave of literature, since it was a multidisciplinary uh, theme, so we have presenters from all across the disciplines. So today I think, uh, I hope so that we will have uh, different discipline connected people, those who are from different disciplines. So I would like to call upon Swarima Verma, who is going to present her first uh, deliberation here in this online uh, discussion. So, Swarima, you can start with your presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. This is Swarima Verma, Assistant Professor Economics from SVST College, Bhatoli, Una. And I will present my screen now.
Sure.
I hope it is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
So I am here to present my paper on the title AI as the Double-Edged Sword, Navigating the Economic Impact and Ethical Dilemmas for Women Entrepreneurs. So as we all know that AI has transformed primary, secondary and tertiary sectors of the economy, enhancing the efficiency and creating pathways to higher economic growth. The advent of AI has been particularly significant for women entrepreneurs as it helps them to combat certain challenges which are very unique to their businesses and being as women entrepreneurs. But on the flip side, AI also poses some ethical challenges, including data biases, accessibility barriers, privacy and security concerns, etc. The paper thus explores AI's economic impact along with ethical dilemmas, thus making the use of AI as a double-edged sword, calling for the need of an inclusive framework to empower women entrepreneurs. This would encourage them to adopt AI as a tool for empowering and fostering inclusive and entrepreneurial landscape. Moving ahead with a brief introduction to artificial intelligence, so we can say that AI is the replication of human intelligence in robots trained to perform and automate tasks that would otherwise require human intellect and cognitive skills. AI can be broadly categorized as narrow AI, which has been designed to learn, think, and perform certain specific tasks like chatbots, Alexa, Siri that we use, and certain AI models used in the self driven cars. Then we have AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, which has been designed to learn, act, and perform similar at the human level. So, for example, a robotic arm that can sense, grasp, and peel an orange. Next, we have artificial super intelligence, which is ASI, which
which can solve even more complex problems and even advanced problems than a human mind. Talking about women entrepreneurship, we can say that a female entrepreneur is someone who has majority stakeholding in her business and is actively involved in the decision making and risk taking part of the business, catering to the demands and needs of customers in order to earn profit. But Maritz in 2004 has added a unique dimension of motherhood, and he says that specifically because female entrepreneurs are often they have a new dimension of motherhood and added dimension of motherhood, it poses several unique challenges to female entrepreneurs, and that is why it should be a separate domain of study. So the research questions that we are dealing here with are that what are the economic impact of AI on women-led enterprises, and what ethical challenges do female entrepreneurs face in adopting AI? So first, I would like to throw some light on economic impact of AI on women entrepreneurs. First is the enhanced productivity. So according to a study by Nagraj and Rangarajan in 2023, AI applications such as inventory automation, CRM, that are customer relationship management system, can help in improving productivity and spare a lot of time for work-life balance in case of female entrepreneurs. It helps in optimization in business areas, cutting down cost, time, and effort. And also, AI uses data-driven insights that support decision making and increase the market outreach, which is yet another challenge faced by women entrepreneurs. So, second advantage is the expanded market reach. So, we know that due to certain mobility constraints that female entrepreneurs face, AI has helped them to overcome this particular constraint. And a study by Bhatnagar and Yadav in 2023 highlights that if leveraged efficiently, AI can prove to be a boon for women entrepreneurs operating in remote and underserved areas. Next is the financial inclusion. So another study by Bhavna in 2023, she suggests that microfinancing and other AI-enabled fintech platforms such as peer-to-peer lending offers a unique alternative financing options for women entrepreneurs who may otherwise would have found it difficult to avail credit because of certain collateral issues and other systemic biases. Then moving ahead to the ethical challenges in AI adoption. First is the algorithmic biases. So AI models are generally trained on historical and existing data, which has the probability of leading to false conclusions and affecting everything from credit scoring to targeted advertising. So for instance, if AI systems used in recruitment and loan approval are trained on historic data that includes biases, can limit actually women's access to opportunities and hence present wrong and biased conclusions. A study by Lyons and Zhang in 2023, algorithms based on wrong and biased data will ultimately present a wrong picture and can affect decisions related to several business operations by women entrepreneurs. Next is the skill gap. Another major challenge that female entrepreneurs have in front of them is the lack of access to AI training. Proper optimization and efficient use of AI is delayed, and women entrepreneurs are not able to fully leverage AI and capitalize on its benefits. A study on women in India, for instance, found that limited digital literacy impacts their ability to adopt advanced AI technology. This gap can also be correlated to the gap in STEM courses taken by men and women in India. STEM, as we know, are the science and tech courses undertaken by men and women in India. So there is a gap between these courses undertaking by males and females in India. Moreover, AI training initiatives and programs are not often tailored according to the unique needs of women, like flexible training hours, childcare support, etc., which restricts the participation in the AI economy by female entrepreneurs.
Well,
Then
well,
we have,
Miss
then
Swariga,
we have yes,
sorry,
sir.
sorry to interrupt you here. Uh, you have meticulously prepared your paper, but here just a small question from you, and then you conclude your paper. That
Yes.
how would you relate your this uh, paper with our theme, like exploring the literary spaces as a bridge across disciplines? That what do you think? What is the bridge that you are having right now with you that is connecting your subject with this uh, literature?
So
Yes.
actually, the subtopics that we were given includes ethics in the adoption of AI models. So that is how I have related the adoption of AI tools and models with the women entrepreneurs, which is my research domain.
Yeah, but I think uh, language itself is a big, bridge that is creating, a connection between your subject, your own topic, and the
Yes, so
word
definitely.
language you are using. It is playing a role of bridge between your subject as well as the literature, that language describes each and everything, whatever we think in our minds, that connects with public or with the listeners only through a mode that is language. So language itself, it is all literature.
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely so.
So uh, nicely made paper.
So shall I
Yeah,
conclude
I
my
want
paper?
you to conclude now. Thank you.
Okay. So, for the conclusion, I would just like to say that we should always keep in mind that technology and AI models, or any sort of such technology for that matter, has been developed uh, for the assistance of humans and not the replacement of humans. And if any kind of ethical concerns that a particular section of society face, the government should interrupt, and the government should come up with the ethical frameworks and guidelines to manage such biases and mitigate the algorithms or whatever ethical barriers that female entrepreneurs are facing. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much. Well, uh, we have Madam Rekha Sharma.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin with the technical session of day 2. The session chair for this session is Dr. Suresh from Department of Chemistry, Government College, Una. He's an associate professor. So let me give a brief bio of Dr. Suresh. Dr. Suresh, a distinguished academic, graduated from GC Hamirpur and earned his MSc in chemistry with a gold medal, followed by a PhD from HP University, Shimla. He began his career as a lecturer in the college cadre in May 1999 and has since made remarkable contributions to academia and research. With 18 research papers published in esteemed international and national journals, he has also authored 3 books and guided 2 MPhil students. Dr. Suresh has presented 23 research articles at various international and national conferences, and actively participated in 43 faculty development programs, including refresher courses, in-service training programs, workshops, and Swayam platform courses, showcasing his commitment to lifelong learning and academic excellence. Dr. Suresh, we are truly honored to have you with us here as the session chair for this technical session. Now, I would invite the first paper presenter. Is Anusha Prashar present here? Anusha Prashar? Nivedita? All right. The first presenter is Miss Nivedita from English Department, Government College, Una. She is currently pursuing MA in English. Her topic is Emerging from Darkness, the Power of Deliverance in Transformation.
Good morning to all of you. Today I am going to present a paper on emerging from darkness, the power of deliverance in transformation. Let's start by giving a quick look into Premchand's life, his influence on Hindi-Urdu stories he really focused on the social unfairness that was common in India back in early 20th century. Deliverance is one of the best short stories by Munshi Premchand, which was first published in 1931, and Hindi version is included in volume 4 of Marsarovar. Deliverance tells the tale of Dukhi, a man from a marginalized community who hopes to gain support from a Brahmin for his daughter's wedding. His heartbreaking experience while working for the Brahmin reveals the cruel treatment of those from lower castes. Themes here are exploring the issues of oppression and exploitation, highlighting the social hierarchy. So now, examining subaltern studies through deliverance, thinkers like Ranjit Guha and Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak introduce us to the idea of subalternity, which reveals how the voices of those on the margins are often ignored or erased in the larger stories told by those in power. In the story, Dukhi represents the subaltern experience. Even though he is pushed to fringes of society, his hard work, pain, and eventual death challenge the more beliefs of the Brahmin class. Premchand characterizes Dukhi as a quite oppressed individual who doesn't openly defy the oppressors, yet his heartbreaking tale prompts us to rethink the existing social structure. Premchand uses Dukhi's silence in meaningful way. Dukhi's quietness resonates with Spivak's idea that those who are subaltern often cannot speak in the dominant social conversation. We can notice how the story highlights the surprising irony of religious leaders. Instead of helping the community, they often end up taking advantages of others and showing indifference. What deliverance means? The title deliverance could mean Dukhi finding freedom from his suffering on earth. It might also suggest that society fails to find true spiritual freedom because of its own moral shortcomings. Arriving at the conclusion, this paper highlights how deliverance fits into subaltern theory by sharing a hidden story about oppression and exploitation, and with the bigger picture of Premchand's message on caste and equality, urging readers to recognize the struggles of the oppressed and inspire change in society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nivedita. It was a very touching presentation on Premchand's Deliverance that discusses about the subordination of the marginalized communities. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Ms. Akshu Sharma from Department of English, Government College, Una. She is currently pursuing MA in English. Her topic is Class, Power and Oppression, a critical analysis of Tess of the D'Urbervilles.
Thank you, sir. First of all, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm going to present paper today on Class, Power and Oppression, a critical analysis of Tess of the D'Urbervilles. Tess of D'Urbervilles is regarded as Hardy's tragic masterpiece. It's a story of a country girl who is first presented as an innocent girl but turns into a tragic heroine. From Hardy's point of view, Tess is not responsible for what she has done. This story is both a tragedy of a love and tragedy of a life. The novel belongs to Hardy's novel called Character and Environment. By examining the novel's complex portrayal of innocence, victimhood, and agency, this study seeks to understand how Hardy challenges conventional ideas of morality and justice, making Tess of the D'Urbervilles both a timeless literary and masterpiece and a powerful social critique. So here is my analysis that is based on feminism. In this context, there is a tragic ending of the Tess of D'Urbervilles which underscores the Hardy's critique of moral and social system that constrains women's life. The D'Urbervilles family, despite their aristocratic name, are financially ruined and rely on lower classes for survival. Tess' interaction with Alec D'Urbervilles reflects the way wealthy exploits the working class. Tess labor both in the fields and as a servant to the D'Urbervilles family is undervalued. Capitalism can be seen in her suffering and victimization, which reduces human beings to their economic roles rather than recognizing their full humanity. The role of women in patriarchal society that deals in the Tess of D'Urbervilles is, from a Marxist feminist perspective, Tess' experience also reflects the intersection of class and gender oppression. Tess is doubly exploited not just by the capitalism system but also by the patriarchal society. Tess' victimization by Alec and later by Angel reflects how women in working class positions were especially vulnerable to exploitation by men who had greater social and economic power. Tess' alienation is not just emotional but also the social. The society around her, marked by its class distinctions, refuses to accept her to identity, condemning her for her supposed sins, while men who wronged her escape unscathed. Vanity of parents also lies here. Her parents were full of vanity and full of greed of money. Her mother couldn't understand and couldn't consider the feelings of her daughter Tess. From the beginning to end, her mother only thought about herself. She hoped Tess would marry a rich man and bought her a comfortable life. In fact, it's mother that vanity is brought to the Tess tragedy. To sum up it, is Tess' compromise, ignorance, inferiority, Alec's evilness, Angel's hypocrisy, her parents' vanity, social convention, and hypocritical laws that causes Tess tragedy. Tess was a fine and a very charming girl, but she was flabby, submissive, She lacked revolting spirit. All these characteristics doom her miserable fate. So, Tess' tragedy is not the accidental one. Thank you.
A round of applause for Akshu Sharma. Thank you so much for your exploration of class and oppression in Hardy's work, Tess of the Urbervilles. Your analysis shed light on the struggles of Hardy's protagonist and how societal structures perpetuate inequality and injustice. The way you connected Tess' experiences to broader themes of class, gender, and systemic oppression was both powerful and thought-provoking. Your talk has deepened our understanding of Hardy's critique of Victorian society and its enduring relevance today. Thank you for such a compelling and enriching discussion, Akshu Sharma. Next, I would like to call upon the stage our next presenter, Ms. Anusha Prashar from Department of English and Cultural Studies, Punjab University. Her title is Navigating Gender Identities, an Analysis of Indian Trans Narratives.
A very good afternoon to all present here. I am Anusha Prashar. I am a research scholar at the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Punjab University, Chandigarh. The title of my research paper is Navigating Gender Identities, an Analysis of Indian Trans Narratives. Sex and gender, as we all know, have always been interchangeably used due to a lack of understanding of the layman towards these terminologies. The traditional binary of male and female is so much entrenched in the minds of people that anything that goes beyond this binary becomes incomprehensible, subsequently aberrant for them. From the day an individual is born, people around start associating gender and various other stereotypes with various beliefs and customs. The gender schema theory, which was propounded by Sandra Bem, an American psychologist, elucidates how gender-specific roles are created and validated in society. At a young age, children are taught to internalize and characterize gender roles either as masculine or feminine. This paper explores the multiple dimensions of gender by examining the wide spectrum of gender identities that move beyond rigidity and conventionality. The range of identities refuse to be pigeonholed and subsequently assert their fluidity. Trans narratives follow the complex journeys involving the metamorphosis of individuals at various levels. These bring forth the varied experiences of trans people, which include their struggle for the assertion of their identity and acceptance in society. Gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation of an individual are seemingly similar yet distinct aspects of the personality. Gender identity involves a person's internal sense of being a male or a female, whereas orientation involves to whom one is attracted. Trans narratives hence emphasize gender fluidity and challenge the stereotypical approaches involving the sex and gender debate. Transgender people are the gendered subaltern, as they have always occupied the position of marginality. Rather than speaking for themselves, they are always spoken for by others. Heterosexuality as a domineering force represses the people who flout the gender binary, consequently inscribes inferior status to them. The construction of heterosexuality as normal and anything outside this binary as aberrant makes gender people in specific and the queer in general the gendered subaltern. There is a dire need to deconstruct the prevalent monolithic unit of analysis of sexualities. Transgender people are shackled on the grounds of gender as their gender identity does not match with the sex assigned to them at birth. But how do we define gender? Gender comprises certain cultural, social, and behavioral characteristics of an individual which place the person in the category of a male or a female. The gender binary depends on this demarcation, and it is only through this that the gender roles and gender expressions are assigned to the people. Various feminist scholars in the 1970s argued on the distinction between the term sex and gender, which were used interchangeably till then. Later, a clear distinction between biological sex and gender as a social construct came to light. With these changes came the emergence of various gender identities and experiences. In the life writings of transgender people, one can observe that their struggle to understand their bodies starts at a very early stage of their lives. They become the victims of gender policing as their behavior is continuously under scanner. In all 4 texts that I have taken for my study, the protagonists were born as men, but they could not associate with their biological bodies. In the book, I Am Vidya, A Transgender's Journey, Vidya highlights the struggle of an individual in ascertaining one's own identity after undergoing sex-affirming surgery. It also foregrounds the journey of a woman trapped in a man's body and her fight to reclaim her identity. Vidya mentions, and I quote her, "I was a woman trapped in a male body. Physically, I was no woman, but my thought processes when considering my future, my professional career, were those of a woman," unquote. She further describes transgender people as the Dalits of Dalits, the most oppressed women among the women as they enjoy no freedom, no fraternity, no equality. Vidya recalls her childhood days and mentions, and I quote again, "Other boys played the usual boys' games with marbles, tops, and kites, but I preferred to join the girls at their games. I loved playing girls' games and being one of them," unquote. She further tells how she enjoyed the company of female friends more than her male friends. It was agonizing for her to identify with the body she did not belong to. She found herself surrounded by various questions as she could not conform to the dominant gender roles associated with the boy. I quote, "What's wrong with my preferences? Why should a boy only wear shirts and trousers? I like skirts and blouses. Why can't I wear them? Why do people find something odd in what comes to me naturally?" Unquote. Her choice of clothing was unacceptable to the people around her as it challenged the dominant and prevalent genderism. Genderism is reinforced when a child is expected to follow the traditional gender roles meant for his or her gender. Repetitive acts of following specific gender roles result in cementing them. The entrenchment of gender roles in the minds of people forces them to discipline any behavior that threatens the existence of these roles. Revati, a trans woman now, was born as a boy, Dorasamy. She writes, and I quote, "I longed to be known as a woman and felt pain at being considered a man. I longed to be with men, but felt shamed by this feeling. I wondered why God had chosen to inflict this peculiar torture on me and why he could not have created me fully male or fully female," unquote. Her autobiographical account unravels and explicates what it means to be a hijra in Indian society. The Hijra community finds itself on the fringes of the heteronormative society and is subsequently subjugated and marginalized to the highest degree. Her autobiography maps her journey at a personal and societal level, catapulting many questions regarding the existence of transgender people, their abuse, ostracism, and ill treatment. Spurned by their families as well as societies, transgender people become the worst sufferers of apathy and disdain. Revati questions, and I quote, "If society scorns us, then we turn to our families, if we have a family. But if family scorns us, who do we turn to?" Unquote. The naturalist perspective views gender to be dependent on biological differences in terms of physical appearance as well as reproductive roles. This often centralizes the heteronormative framework based on the distinction between traditional gender roles and subsequently marginalizes the existence of non-binary, gender diverse, genderqueer, and transgender identities. Judith Butler, an American theorist and philosopher, dismantles the notion of considering sexuality as a primary component of human identity through the theory of gender performativity. It is based on the notion of destabilizing gender identities and categories by challenging the essentialist belief of viewing gender as either masculine or feminine. Butler brings into play the concept of gender norms and explicates what gender is. It is, according to Butler, it is performed after creating, defining, and establishing identities. In a nutshell, transgender people have subverted to varying degrees the power equations of Indian society, and now no discussion about transgender literature remains linear or even foreclosed. Trans narratives bear testimony to the complex realities and resilience of trans people. These advocate for their equal rights and visibility, as well as the need to listen to the voices of the disenfranchised people. These narratives aim at instilling feelings of acceptance in the people, as everyone has a right to equality and deserves to be treated with dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anusha Prashar. It was really a very moving presentation on the plight of the trans community in India. It was thoughtful, engaging, and your insights into the struggles, resilience, and stories of the trans community were both powerful and moving. The mention of I Am Vidya, the book I Am Vidya, added a profound layer to your discussion, highlighting the transformative power of storytelling in breaking barriers and building understanding. Thank you for bringing such an important perspective to the table. Thank you once again. Next, I would like to call upon the stage. Is Trambak Kaushal available? Yes. Mr. Trambak Kaushal from Department of English, Government College, Una. He is currently pursuing MA in English. His topic is Functions of Animal Images in Wall Pony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's my presentation is on function of animal images in ball pony. When Johnson ball pony, considered one of the most controversial work in British dramatic history, has captivated audience since its debut in 1606. This paper examines the role of animal images in ball pony through three key aspects: characterization, plot, and themes. In terms of characterization, the distinct features of various animal images help to define and categorize human characters. As for thematization, the animal in ball pony embody different aspects of greed, ultimately demonstrating self-destructive tendencies that reflects one of the play's major theme, animal images and characterization. In Bolpone, Johnson delves into human nature by drawing parallel between characters and animals. With the beast behavior, men pervert their essential nature. They become the animalized character and turn into half man and half brute characters. The animal images is not only help define the characters, but cater their human counterparts. The animalistic name provide insight into each character's true nature. Each beast in Volpone embodies distinct feature or symbolic association. The fox, for instance, symbolic cunning and disdain, representing the qualities of misers. Continuing the analysis of animal images in Volpone, we can further explore how these images function in the plotment of the play. The primary storyline revolves around the Volpone, the cunning fox who pretend to gravelry in order to deceive the wealthy person into competing for his inheritance. The central plot minus the characteristics association with the fox, cleverness, tricky, and a predatory nature. The way Volpone manipulates his clients, Vulture, Corvatio, and Corvino, illustrates how these characters linked to various words, prey, are drawn to Jews of greed, hoping to scare their own fortunes. Vulture, as the vulture, exemplifies this awares to inherited Volpone's wealth. His acute awareness and cunning make him a formidable in the legacy hunt. Corvatio neglect his son Bonario in the favor of pursuing wealth. Corvino the crow similarly represent vanity and how one will be go to for gain wealth, particularly the treatment with his wife. Moscow the fly serves as the critical link between the Volpone and the legacy hunts. His role is not mainly to assist Volpone, but also to manipulate the other characters. The interplay between Volpone and Moscow created dynamic power that reflects their animalistic qualities, Volpone cunning and Moscow opportunist character. In Volpone, Ben Jonson employs animal imagery as a satirical device to criticize human avarice and moral decay. This presentation of a man as a beast to serve to create a play that is not only automatic but also rich moralistic, offering the audience both entertainment and ethical commentary. Volpone greeds. Volpone is the embodiment of unchecked greed. His wealth is not just a mean of sustenance but it in itself a source of power and amusement. The suitors' greed. The suitors Corvino, Corvatio, and Vulture all are motivated by their desire to inherit Volpone's wealth. Each of them is willing to go to extreme lengths, including sacrificing their loved ones or moral, to secure their piece of the fortune. Their greed blinds them to Volpone's true intention, make them pawns in the game. The corruption of morality. Greed in Volpone leads to degradation of moral ethics. The character obsessive pursuit of the wealth drive them to betray family members and deceive others. The consequence of greed. In the end, the greed of the all involved in is punished. Volpone trickery is exposed, and the suitor who have been complicated in their own schemes face humiliation or ruin their culture. The play serves as the cautionary tale about the dangers of avarice, showing how greed can lead to one's downfall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Triambak Kaushal, for your presentation. It was a relatively tough topic. Your exploration of how these images enhance characterization, themes, and satire was quite enlightening and engaging. You have provided a fresh perspective on Johnson's use of symbolism, showing how animal imagery deepens the play's critique of greed and human behavior. Thank you for such an enriching presentation. Next, I would like to call upon the stage our next presenter. Is Dr. Deepshikha available? Miss Smridhi, are you available? Yes. So the next presenter is Miss Smridhi from Department of English and Culture Studies, MCM DAV College, Chandigarh. Her topic is Free Will, Myth or Truth.
Good afternoon, everyone. My regards to the chair and my... Good afternoon, everyone. My regards to the chair and everyone present here. My name is Samriddhi. I am from Mehar Chand Mahajan DAV College for Women, Sector 36, Chandigarh. And my topic is Free Will, Myth or Truth. It is a critical study on George Orwell's 1984. The term free will, as you all can see, a term introduced presumably by Christian philosophy in 4th century CE and is still greatly debated upon in 21st century. The research paper which I have written will look into the question of determinism and control exerted by the people and on the people. The question will also be raised on control exerted by the dominant hegemonic states on their natives. That is it their free will to control, or are they also being controlled by someone? Freedom is one of necessities and desires of human, also mentioned in J.S. Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. And the denial of the same has always caused revolutions in the world. So we will study the deterministic factors in George Orwell's 1984. Analysis of free will in 1984. Dystopian work 1984 was written by George Orwell in 1949, where the reader is introduced to the revolution and conformity of protagonist named Winston Smith. Winston is a thin, frail intellectual and fatalist in the totalitarian homogenized world set in Oceania. He is in search of meaningful life in meaningless society, where a man named Big Brother is the dictator and his party and decisions are undeniable and his predictions and promises are altered every now and then. There are certain aspects on which we can analyze the determinism in 1984. The first is language. The language spoken in the state of Oceania is not as normal as our language. It is Newspeak. Newspeak, here in Oceania, the language is designed in such a way that it falls to the priorities and objectives of Ingosok. Ingosok means English socialism. There is a prior dictionary which is designed in the state to use the Newspeak, and the edition used in the year 1984 is 9th or 10th. The dictionary consists of truncated, superfluous words which suit to parties' interests. The Newspeak was designed not only to control the thoughts but to diminish the thoughts at all. We can understand and prove the hidden labyrinth behind the truncation of words and creation of new ideological language through Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, the theory of linguistic relativity. It posits that the language a person speaks can influence their worldview, thought, and understanding of the nature. Speakers of different language may think differently and have linguistic differences. The words used in Newspeak are usually or mostly ironic in their meaning to modern English. For example, the narrator said, the building of Ministry of Truth, that is, Mini-True, had some Newspeak words inscribed on them, which said, which ironically said, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. This is the example of how the words are twisted and presented in the same state of Oceania to brainwash people by instilling in them the values which the party wants to instill. Now, next aspect is prophecies and predictions. Protagonist Winston Smith worked in Mini-True, that is, the Ministry of Truth, where his task was to alter the messages in time according to the state and push the original into pneumatic tube. Here, the word pneumatic tube is a word described by George Orwell, in which it is a paper destroyer. The wrong prophecies made by Big Brother were converted into truth, this way or the other, and so precisely and accurately that the original looked like it never existed. This way, Big Brother could make predictions, and it was predetermined that whether he said truth or lie, it would be made truth in one way or the other. The party even twists the idea of free will directly by instilling constantly in the minds of people freedom is slavery. In Orwellian word, we see most ironic control and acceptance of it. Control in the form of residents and children, and its rebellion in form of Winston Smith. This is an altered world with altered rules. Here, in Orwellian world, we have 2 + 2 = 5, not 4. It gives the idea of extent of execution of power and shows how rules are completely destructed, and it has diminished the thinking facilities of human mind. Now, 1984 and the concept of fatalism. Another scientific hypothesis which supports the idea of fatalism in 1984 comes from the field of quantum physics. It is called B theory of time, block theory of time, or eternalism. The theory can be understood with the help of an example. Imagine you are watching a movie reel, and the part which is being played at the moment is present. The part which is played before is the past, and the part which is to be played is future. All three parts exist simultaneously at same time. But if all three exist simultaneously at same time, how do we know that what we are doing is our free will? It raises a very big question on the philosophy of free will and tells deterministic elements are present. Now, next, Orwellian surveillance and panopticon. Actually, panopticon comes from Jeremy Bentham's prison, and Jeremy Bentham has designed a prison in which he has designed it such a way that it was in the minds of people, they are always surveillanced. Every time they are viewed. So, surveillance and panopticism, the idea of thought police, which is called think pol in the novel, brings into limelight the ultimate control over the people. As the panopticon controls the conditions, the prisoners in the cell will, with the help of a regular or thought to be regular surveillance. The society in the novel is a macro or global version of Jeremy Bentham's panopticon, a model where each prisoner is under surveillance of party. Now I'll conclude my paper. The research paper studies the concept of free will through the text 1984 by George Orwell, through the concept of Jeremy Bentham's panopticon elaborated in his Inspection House 1971, and Michel Foucault's criticism of Bentham's book Discipline and Punish, The Birth of Prison, has tried to explore the topic and undertaken and shown how the controller is also part of a system. The paper also, through the experiment of Benjamin Libet. Benjamin Libet's experiment, his experiment was on free will, and his experiment is titled, Is There Free Will? This experiment shows how the readiness potential of a person, readiness potential matlab his readiness to act, how his readiness to act is 500 or 1000 milliseconds before his proper decision is to be made, before he knows the choice is to be made. This comes into his subconscious mind. So through the Benjamin Libet's experiment, who through his experiment on readiness potential gives his contribution on the topic of free will and determinism. The topic of research is free will, is also dealt upon with the philosophies like fatalism, determinism, predestination, and the study has also taken into consideration some scientists from criminal psychology who have studied the control of criminals on their morality. The research paper has also shown how Big Brother is also the part of the same system Winston Smith is part of. The idea of Big Brother are also humanistic character made by Orwell. A human whose readiness potential or RP is similar to other humans. Thus, brain functioning leads to the controlled subconscious according to experiment of Libet. This study on free will towards determinism is also supported by phonology, which states that the structure of cells alters and affects the human behavior, thus challenging the idea of free will. Thank you so much. Your questions are welcomed. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Free will. Yeah. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, I cannot totally say that is it my free will or determinism, because many scientists have proved against free will and some have proved towards free will. And saying that it is my free will, it will not be appropriate, and saying that it is truly in hand of someone is also not appropriate.
It means this question is still open.
Yes, sir. This question is open to more research.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smriti, for an engaging and thought-provoking talk on free will. Your discussion raised important questions about human agency and determinism, offering free insights into this timeless debate, as rightly remarked by Dr. Suresh, that it is still an open question. The connection to Orwell's 1984 added depth, illustrating how free will is often challenged by external forces like control and manipulation. Your presentation has given us much to think about. Thank you for such an enlightening session. Next presenter is Miss Purvi from MA English, Government College, Una. Her title is Panch Tantra, Evolution of Indian Folk Tales.
Beauty does not need ornaments. Softness can't bear the weight of ornaments. To be successful in life, what we need is education. These are the famous lines by Munshi Premchand. Good afternoon to all. My name is Purvi. I am currently pursuing MA in English from Government PG College, Unna. The title of my presentation is Panch Tantra, Evolution of Indian Folk Tales by Munshi Premchand. This paper examines the continuity of Indian folk tales from the ancient Panch Tantra to the modern narratives of Munshi Premchand. It explores how the Premchand Panch Tantra, a collection of fables that impart modern lessons, has influenced Premchand work, which often tackle social issues like poverty, caste, and morality. By drawing comparison between the two, the paper argues that Premchand's adaptation of traditional stories bring a contemporary relevance to age-old wisdom. The research also delves into the broader cultural significance of folk tales in shaping Indian literature and in shaping identity. This analysis contributes to understanding the role of storytelling in both preserving tradition and driving social changes. Introducing Panchtantra as one of the oldest collection of Indian folk tales, introduce Munshi Premchand as a pioneer figure in modern Hindi and Urdu literature, briefly explain the importance of folk tales in Indian culture and how Premchand used them in modern context. Premchand and its influence, discussing the Prem Panchtantra origin, purposing of educating young princes and its moral, ethical teaching through animal fables, highlight specific stories from the Panchtantra and their moral lesson. Munshi Premchand and folk tradition, introducing Premchand's background, his focus on realism and how he drew on the folk tradition in his writing. Comparing themes from the Premchand story to Panchtantra themes such as the idea of justice, morality, and social hierarchy. For example, discuss the Panchtantra story Eidgah and its moral message relating it to the folk narrative techniques, impact on the moral storytelling, analyze how the narrative structures and moral lesson from the Panchtantra evolving in the story, discuss how the Premchand modernized the form by addressing contemporary social issues, example caste system, poverty, etc. The conclusion should tie together your main argument, emphasizing the continuity and transformation of Indian folk narratives. The Panchtantra and Munshi Premchand represent two pivotal points in the evolution of Indian storytelling, while the Panchtantra provided timeless moral lesson through the allegorical fables. Premchand expanded these narratives, addressing the pressing social issues in his time. Though his work, he modernized the folk tradition commentary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Purvi. It was a very wonderful presentation on Panchtantra, evolution of Indian folk tales. I hope most of you must have read the Panchtantra. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Miss Jasmine from English Department, Government College, Una. She is currently pursuing MA in English, and her title is The Voices of the Oppressed, a critical study of Mahasweta Devi's work. Miss Jasmine.
The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Good afternoon to all. It's my pleasure to introduce myself to you. My name is Jasmine. I am currently pursuing MA English from Government PG College, Unna. The title of my paper is The Voices of the Oppressed, a critical study of Mahasweta Devi's work. This paper explores the major themes and narrative in the works of Mahasweta Devi, one of the most prominent writers and activists in contemporary Indian literature. Her literary creations, deeply rooted in the struggles of the marginalized communities, especially the Adivasis tribal people, expose the realities of social inequality, caste oppression, and gender discrimination in India. By focusing on her celebrated short stories such as Draupadi and The Breast Giver, this paper highlights how Devi uses literature as a tool for social activism. The study also examines her unique narrative techniques, her portrayal of indigenous resistance, and the intersection of class, caste, and gender in her works. Through this critical exploration, the paper aims to showcase how Mahasweta Devi's writings continue to inspire movements for social justice and equality. The introduction of my paper is Mahasweta Devi was not only a prolific writer but also a passionate activist whose work reflects the socio-political struggles of marginalized communities, particularly tribal people in India. Devi's writing blends fiction and activism, making her an essential figure in India literature. Her works are a testament to her commitment to giving voice to the oppressed, focusing on themes of land, dispossession, gender-based violence, and the intersectionality of caste, class, and gender. She actively participated in grassroots movement, standing with the people she wrote about, thus embodying the role of both storyteller and activist. Her short stories, such as Draupadi and The Breast Giver, are well known for their unapologetic portrayal of the brutal realities faced by tribal women. Devi used her writing to criticize the systemic oppression carried out by government authorities, landlords, and the other forces of dominance. This paper will explore how Mahashweta Devi's work engages with social issues and the ways in which her narrative contributed to broader discourses on justice, resistance, and empowerment. Mahashweta Devi's activism through literature. Mahashweta Devi's work are not only fictional accounts but also records of the harsh realities faced by marginalized communities in India. Her role as activist is inseparable from her identity as a writer. The author often drew from Devi portrayal the everyday resistance of these communities against structural violence and exploitation. Draupadi, for instance, tells the story of Draupadi Majan, a tribal woman and Naxalite rebel who is captured, tortured, and raped by the state's police forces. The story remains a powerful commentary on state violence and women's resistance to patriarchal oppression. Themes of gender and caste in daily works. The intersection of gender and caste is central to many of Devi's work. She illustrates how these social hierarchies compound the struggles of marginalized communities. In The Breast Giver, Devi critiques the commodification of woman's body through the character of Jashoda, a woman who becomes a professional mother by breastfeeding wealthy families' children. This story offers a scathing critique of the exploitation of women's labor, particularly that of lower caste women, and the impact of patriarchal oppression on their lives. Narrative techniques and indigenous resistance. Mahashweta Devi's narrative techniques also deserve attention. Her use of colloquial language and incorporation of local dialects add authenticity to her characters and settings, emphasizing the distinct cultural identities of the tribal people. Her stories often blur the lines between the real and the mythical, using folklore and indigenous traditions to reflect the resilience of the communities she writes about. Her portrayal of indigenous resistance is not just physical but also cultural, as her characters preserve their traditional ways of life despite attempt to assimilate or destroy them. The conclusion of my paper is Mahashweta Devi's work are potent combination of literary craftsmanship and political activism. Through her depictions of tribal life, gender oppression, and class struggles, Devi provides a voice to the voiceless and forces readers to confront uncomfortable truth about society. Her commitment to social justice, both in her writing and her activism, has left a lasting impact on Indian literature and the global discourse on human rights. Mahashweta Devi's work continue to resonate, serving as a powerful reminder of the importance of resistance and resilience in the face of systemic oppression. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jasmine, for your presentation on the voices of the oppressed. Surely the stories of Mahashweta Devi have often portrayed the struggles of the marginalized people, including the tribal communities, the landless laborers, and those on the fringes of the society. Thank you so much. Now, moving over to the last presenter for today. I would like to call upon the stage Miss Rupali Minhas from Department of English, Government College, Una. She is currently pursuing MA in English, and the title of her paper is Science Fiction.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today my presentation is on science fiction, exploring the science fiction as the lens of technology and social evolution. This conference seeks to explore the intersection of science fiction with the technology innovation, social dynamics, and human imagination. Science fiction as a genre has long been a powerful medium through which the future scenarios, dystopians are envisioned. By analyzing literacy work, film, and contemporary media, this conference will examine how the science fiction has historically influenced and responds to the real-world advancement in technology and social shift. It will address themes such as artificial intelligence, space exploration, transhumanism, and climate changing for the classical and contemporary work. Experts from the diverse disciplines, including the literature, science, ethics, and futurism, will contribute to a deeper understanding of how science fiction not only predicts the future, but shaped by its influencing public discussion and innovation and policy. Ultimately, this conference will encourage a critical examination of science fiction as both as the mirror of current realities and the map for the future possibilities. Here are the keywords: science fictions, technology innovation, AI ethics, climate fiction, space exploration, and social commentary and futurism. The science fiction started in 16th century. This term science fiction was popularized in 1920. H.G. Wells is known as the father of science fiction. The role of science fiction in shaping the technology advancement examine how the technology development like AI, robots, quantum computing are depicted in a science fiction, and how this idea have influenced by the scientists and research technology innovation. Social commentary through the science fiction discuss how the science fiction reflect the society fears and regarding the issues such as government control, environmental degradation, and human rights. The ethics of AI, machine learning. Science fiction explore the ethical questions surrounding the AI work in Isaac Asimov's I, Robots, and contemporary shows like The Westworld and The Black Mirror. Now here is space exploration. Investigate the depiction of space travel in a work like Stardust 2001 and more recent depictions such as The Expanse of to consider now the mirror real world reflect like a NASA Artemis program. Now here is a transhumanism and future of humanity addresses the themes related to the human enhancement and biotechnology and merging of human with the machine as depicts in the novels like Neuromancer and films like Ghost in a Shell. Now here is the climate fiction that imaging the environment future, focusing on merging the subgenre of climate fiction, and it is the role of addressing the climate change through the fiction with example from the Robinson and Kim Stanley, the Ministry of Future for the Future. And here we move to the conclusion. Science fiction remain as a unique literacy and cinematic genre that continually expand the boundaries of ethically, philosophically, and technological implication of progress. By inspiring the dialogue between the creator, scientist, and public, it is better to understand the challenges and possibility of humanity faces in the future. This conference serves as the platform for critical exploration for celebrating the science fiction as a role in shaping the idea that might one day become reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rupali Minhas, for your presentation. It was a very insightful presentation on science fiction, which has truly expanded our understanding of its impact on literature and society. Thank you once again. If any participant is left, please report near the stage. Any participant who hasn't given the presentation may please report near the stage. All right. As we wait for Principal Ma'am and Plenary Speaker and other members, I would request the technical team to please ensure a seamless connection is established for the virtual address at 4 p.m. उधर कर दो, करा दिए। Hello, ma'am, am I audible? Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yeah, you're audible to me.
Okay,
Is my
ma'am.
presentation audible?
Ma'am, your voice is not clear, ma'am.
मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन दिख रही है?
नहीं मैम, प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं दिख रही आपकी।
हाँ?
नहीं मैम, प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं आ रही स्क्रीन पे।
ये वाला है ना, फोर्थ फ्रॉम द राइट बोला, फ्रॉम फोर्थ ऑप्शन फ्रॉम राइट।
कोई नहीं, आप रुको यहाँ पे अभी।
कोई ना, वहाँ फिर से शायद शेयर नहीं कर पा रहे। बस से लास्ट नहीं वही लास्ट है, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं। नहीं नहीं मत बंद करो, माइक के
अच्छा, तो उनकी उसमें वो नहीं आएगी? अच्छा ठीक है, अच्छा अच्छा,
कोई बात नहीं। हाँ, क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं?
वो फ़ोन पर है मैडम ना।
हाँ। नहीं 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 नाम तो कनेक्ट हो जाए. भर गया तो आगे बच्चे. Please settle down, everyone. बोलो सर.
कोई बात नहीं मैं
हाँ.
मैं लैपटॉप को कनेक्ट कर पाती हूँ.
Respected students and participants, please settle down.
हाँ ये भी कर सकते हैं, हम यहाँ से चला सकते हैं, बट उतना कंफर्टेबल मतलब कर दो सकते हैं, हम यहाँ से शेयर कर सकते हैं. यहाँ से कर सकते हैं, हो जाए, कोई इशू नहीं है. इश्यूज़ मैम, अगर मैम नहीं हो रहा सेटअप तो आप सेंड कर सकते हैं, यहाँ से भी हम चला सकते हैं PPTs, पर ये उतना कन्वीनियंट नहीं होगा क्योंकि हमें ये चेंज करना, वो एक फ्लो में कर लेंगे कंट्रोल.
ईमेल का आ ही नहीं रहा है, ईमेल ही नहीं आ रही है। एक मिनट में मोबाइल इसमें चेक कर। यहाँ क्यों नहीं आई है?
मैम यहाँ पे तो चली गई।
मेल आईडी vandana.eng है।
यस मैम, vandana.eng@cujammu.ac.in.
या
यस मैम।
literature. Professor Sharma's influence extends beyond academia as she actively engages with various national and international organizations, including her role as convener of the Jammu chapter of ELTAI. Before joining the Central University of Jammu in 2017, she served as Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, and founder head, Department of Languages and Literature, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Katra. There she played a pivotal role in establishing the department and launching postgraduate and doctoral programs. Professor Sharma's wide-ranging expertise, commitment to interdisciplinary dialogue, and profound insights make her an invaluable voice in today's academic landscape. Let us welcome her warmly as she shares her thoughts and expertise with us today. Ma'am, you may proceed with your address.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. And I'm visible also, I hope so. Yeah, thank you. So thank you very much for such generous introduction, my dear colleague, and the organizers of this international conference on literature as a bridge across cultures. Of course, our dear Anita ji from Anita Kumari. I think she's in the Department of English and Department of English. Her entire organizing this international conference, the principal of Government College Una, who have taken me to identify a topic which is very pertinent, I would say. Very pertinent because exploring literary space and bridge across cultures. Right, so this topic particularly appeared very interesting and very relevant and timely also at the same time. So it's my pleasure to be a part of this venture of the Department of College Una. As you know, here I go with my presentation because when we talk in terms of exploring the literary space as a bridge across cultures, because you know when we talk about literature, normally the general perception, I'm sure since I'm the valedictory speaker, so I hope that the deliberations in this conference must be centering around the fact that how literature had always been straight-jacketed into a particular kind of understanding. You know, when we begin with our very preliminary understanding of literature as a reflection of life, as a reflection of society, or, the creative output which mirrors the society's socio-cultural, political elements. But now today, standing at the threshold when we have effectively implemented NEP 2020 across the country, and we are looking at much more about interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. So this is what makes this conference all the more relevant, to make the paper presenters, the participants think in terms of the fact that literature no longer is just, restricted to that domain, restricted to that particular very restrictive definition of looking at art for art's sake, or as the romantic literatures talk about finding solace, but it has gone much beyond. It has a much bigger, better role to play in the society, and particularly talking in terms of moving across the disciplines. Now, in my talk, I would be drawing on looking at literature from the eco-critical theorization and praxis, right? So my presentation, my talk would be drawing on the vagaries of eco-critical thought and praxis that correlates the perception and interpretation of nature, ecology and environment, and human life with art, and specifically literature, which is believed to have Western origins. So, literature, when we look at, obviously, since I'm sure, as I said earlier also, that the participants here must be thinking in terms of the fact that how literature is proliferating in various directions, whether it is concerned for the social and the political milieu, but it has gone much beyond about our concerns for environment, our concerns for Paryavaran, and at the same time, our concerns for the cultural preservation, the folkloristic. So various interdisciplinary orientations encompass the literary studies today. So my paper contest my paper contests how the rise of the eco-critical theory, because when we talk of eco-critical theory, please refer here the slide number 2, eco-critical thought, which talks about the correlation in the interpretation of nature, ecology, environment, and human life with art, right? So this theory is believed to have the Western origin, normally, right? So what I'm doing here in this paper is that I'm contesting how the rise of this theory in the Indian academic discourse follows a set mandate, in the sense that although critical themes are readily available in many ancient Indian texts, a proper scholarly investigation of this theory was only considered by the Indian academia after a similar treatment of this theme was conducted by the American academia. So that has been our tragedy, I would say. Like, we are working now. Fortunately, today I'm here in one of a wonderful, I would say, conclave, youth conclave, which is Vision for Viksit Bharat 2024, wherein research papers have been written by young scholars about how they envision the Viksit Bharat, the developed Bharat, right? So what I mean to say that we are making scholars and thinkers and students think in terms of the fact that how we can bring that Indianness within our own thought process. So herein, when we talk about the eco-critical theory as such, which talks about the relationship between literature and environment, this had always been a part of our Indian thinking, a part of our Indian literature, if I say, but it had only been taken up by the Indian thinkers and writers after it was, you know, kind of talked about by the American academia, right? So definitely, it remains a matter of concern to investigate why Indian academia has always looked to the West for their scholarly endeavors to conduct their own investigations. As you can see here in this picture, we have been Aranak Sanskriti, right? You can see here Chipko movement, which started in 1970s, and even the Keynote also. So the post-colonial societies had always been very sensitive to all these issues. They had always been very sensitive to the environmental preservation. However, however, this entire debate initiated in literary studies after it was kind of talked about, deliberated by the American academia. So here, in looking at the philosophical difference between the Western and the Indian civilization, let's, to arrive at the point of philosophical difference between the Western and the Indian civilization, uh, quickly let's revisit the history of both. If we just quickly revisit the history of both, if we say medieval period of Western history, it saw the fall of Roman Empire with the defeat of Christian confederacy in Constantinople by Turks, and this triggered a renegotiation of the idea of God and God's relation with man. So scholarship was rooted in the church, with thinkers like Saint Augustine and Thomas Campbell producing literature of immense value. However, knowledge during this period of history was theocentric. With the dawn of Renaissance, however, we observe an ontological shift in the stream of scholarly investigations from theocentric to anthropocentric. So, man was brought at the center of literary treatment, and humanism initiated as a school of thought. Descartes, as we know, the father of rationalist epistemology and deductive methodology, in his 16th century book on method, says that the purpose of knowledge, please note, the purpose of knowledge is to bend nature to man's will. So herein began the entire problem in the Western discourse. When you started looking at nature to be tamed, bending nature to man's will. So nature was bent to man's will to the point that where man became an active threat to nature, as we had observed in the Industrial Revolution, as all of you have read, I'm sure, the Victorian literature, if you talk of the English literature for that matter. Now, this Western model of development, which Vandana Shiva calls maldevelopment, a great thinker and environmentalist of our times, right? So, in the present times, following the footsteps of this Western development project, we are redirecting rivers and tearing apart mountains, all in the wake of, Jain philosophy. If we say, which considers the act of not allowing a river to flow as an act of violence. So, look, that is the richness of our tradition, our religious tradition, we say that a philosophy which sees even a river has been diverted, so that's an act of violence. So our civilization, which was once a Vrat Viksh, we had the Vrat, Vat Viksh, banyan tree as we call it. So now it has been reduced to what? It has been reduced to a bonsai, right? So the theocentric undercurrents of the Western model of development attach divinity to the exploitation of nature. On the contrary, are 6 Shastras of Astik Darshan, right? So they mention an entity called Ishwar, which is formless God, and the idols present, if we say so, our tradition, our model of development had been absolutely different. Now the question is, how did we arrive at this crisis, this contemporary times, where the world faces 2 distinct crises? One is the wars, dispute, and the second crisis is the environmental crisis caused by the overexploitation of nature to satisfy the unending greed of that section of human race which is not guided by a philosophy of contentment like Western anthropocentric capitalist society celebrates, hoarding of resources. So हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति और प्रथा कहीं भी नहीं कहती. We talk in terms much more about the adhyatmic, spiritual evolution, right? So the contemporary replication of this Western infatuation with the capitalist cycle of production and consumption in India has attributed to the educated class of, Indian thinkers, which Anand Kumar Swami, which he calls them, historically he says, he calls them educated Indians, and what he says, he says, we call them, I have quoted here in this slide, in the crisis slide, he says, he calls them so-called educated Indians. Historically speaking, almost all global catastrophes of human origin, like the world wars, were caused by the educated class in India. It was precisely this educated class that wiped away 30% of forest for personal benefits. Now, when we look at the individualism, because we are a Sanskriti which talks about Vasudev Kutumbakam, the world is a family, right? So we talk of, when we look at this individualism versus interconnectedness, because education had been over-romanticized notion. So education must be a tool which must be oriented and coordinated by a philosophy which isn't exceptionalist. This is exactly where the Western education has failed. Driven by the Cartesian separateness of reality, the West speaks of individualism and compartmentalization. On the other hand, traditional Indian education has been rooted in the philosophy of interconnectedness. While the global acceptance of the former has brought us closer to the global predicament, the latter holds within itself the ability to protect the planet, not for continued exploitation by the human beings, but for the re-establishment of the symbiotic relationship between man and nature. And for this to happen, India must seize the blind acceptance of the Western model, right? And all these policy decisions are taken at the highly educated Indians level. Now, we have number of texts. Following this model in 1960s, we had Green Revolution, which Kapil Kapoor ji calls Greed Revolution. And before this, this is a book which is written by Vandana Shiva, wherein she talks about the violence of Green Revolution. And so she says that before this intervention, the Indian farmer only sowed 3 crops every year. The reaping of the wheat crop was followed by the sowing of the chari crop. So this specific plant was not fit for human consumption. However, cattle owned by the farmers were fed on this crop. Moreover, the chari crop replenished the nitrogen content. However, with the Green Revolution, it brought about very unmonitored, as we all know, unmonitored use of urea and chemicals to exploit yield. And we are bearing the consequences today. The chemically induced production of food grains in Punjab, we know, which has resulted in such a heart-rending rise in the amount of carcinogens in the bodies of the people, to the extent that we have a train running between Gurdaspur and Chandigarh, which is dubbed as Cancer Express. So we had been, if we just look at some of the texts, so all great civilizations, they begin with the celebration of nature and with settlement, fall gradually into a period of exploitation of nature. The civilizations rooted in India had been an exception in this regard. The Indian subcontinent is a geographically defined entity which celebrates concept of Anadi and Anant, loosely translating to an infinite existence. So every element of nature is allowed space and agency in the Indian canon. With ancient texts like Kalidasa's Ritu Samhar, speaking of the 12 seasons of the country, the story of Raja Prithu, who exploited the earth 5 times and caused the extinction of the Saraswati River. So, all these texts they display eco-critical aspects. Interestingly, these texts were written long before the medieval period of Western literary discourse. Other non-Western civilizations also have the similar stories, like the story of Gilgamesh, where the king Gilgamesh orders the cutting of sacred trees and receives wrath of God in return. So we are we are a Purush Prakriti, is the absolute and autonomous foundations of reality in the Indian context, right? And Purush and Prakriti are the foundational concepts in Indian philosophy, particularly in Samkhya and Yoga traditions. So, what they represent? They represent the interplay of between the consciousness, which is Purusha, and material world, which is Prakriti. So, this duality is reflected in various forms across Indian literature, in epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana, in philosophical texts like Bhagavad Gita, wherein the dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna highlights the tension between action, which is Prakriti, and self, which is Purusha. So, Krishna's teachings encourage understanding the self beyond the physical world. And of course, in the works of Kalidasa's Shakuntala, the interplay of nature, which is Prakriti, and human emotion, Purusha, illustrates the beauty of the relationship. So, nature often mirrors the characters' inner lives. So, if you look at Kalidasa's Shakuntalam for that matter, so Kalidasa's Shakuntalam, there is interplay of nature and Purusha. Nature is the Prakriti, and Shakuntala's character represents the essence of Purusha through her purity, emotional depth, spiritual connection, her connections with nature, caring for animals, nurturing plants, highlight her harmony with the material world, illustrating how the conscious self engages and elevates Prakriti. And of course, Dushyant's transformation, Dushyant's journey from the worldly ruler who is attached to Prakriti to one who recognizes deeper truths about love and duty reflects the awakening of Purusha. So his initial encounter with Shakuntala, where he is captivated by her beauty and natural surroundings, emphasizes the magnetic pull of Prakriti. And the curse that Dushyant to forget Shakuntala serves as a pivotal moment. This disconnection symbolizes the struggle between material world's distractions and deeper enduring love that ultimately brings them back together. Well, so you know there has been interplay of Purusha and Prakriti. Nature has been a living entity. Even in many of Tagore's poems, nature is personified, treated as a vital spiritual force. He often describes the beauty of natural world, portraying it as an extension of human emotions and consciousness. So this reflects the idea that Prakriti is not merely a backdrop, but an integral part of human experience. Tagore's philosophical essays and poems explore the relationship between individual Purusha and universe, which is Prakriti. He emphasizes the need for harmony between the two, suggesting that the understanding and spiritual awakening come from recognizing one's connection with the natural world and transcending the material uh, distractions. So, this is what actually, when we look at the literary context today, when we look at the literary context, so Indian ethos embodies a very syncretic understanding of Purusha and that is consciousness, and Prakriti, that is nature, through various cultural, philosophical, and spiritual traditions. And Indian literary studies, which is gradually moving on that terrain now, wherein it has started exploring much beyond the Western academia and the influences of Western academia. I think it's the need of the hour that we need to think in terms of exploring the connections which exist between the Indian consciousness, Indian folkloristic, Indian eco-critical paradigms, and connecting it with the contemporary trends in the times. So with this, I feel that yes, it's very, very pertinent that the literary studies, the English literary studies today, it's the need of the hour that they need to explore the literary space as a bridge across cultures. And that bridge we have to, it becomes our responsibility to form. And what kind of bridge are we forming? And that bridge has to be the one wherein we are, because we always are influenced by the thought of multiculturalism, globalization, absolutely fine, nothing wrong with that. But can we move back to our own indigenous traditions and cultures, our own Bharatiya ethos, right? So that Bharatiya ethos can definitely make us understand that how rich we had been, what is the kind of richness and profundity we have in our own, whether literary landscape or culture or civilization or the traditions. So I think that needs to be looked at. That needs to be looked at and interpreted from a fresh glance, from a fresh comparative perspectives. And I think then we will be in a position to bridge bridge the cultures, because right now what is happening is that we are thinking of literary space as a bridge across cultures, wherein the cultures of the Indian cultures, it's not one culture now. So what is very significant about Indian culture, if I just say, because we always say that we are a very diverse, we have diversity, we have plurality, we are a country which has such diversity, multilingual, multi-ethnic. But what is very important about India as a nation is that we are a country which celebrates that diversity, right? So celebrating that diversity, of course, folkloristics plays a very significant role there, right? So our folklore, हमारी जो folklore, हमारा जो folk tradition है, that also is very, very significant in bringing those kind of connections across diverse cultures in our country. Well, thank you very much for your patiently listening. And now, any kind of observations, any of your curiosities, I would be very happy to address that. Thank you. Oh my God, there are videos.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible to you? Ma'am, am I audible to you?
And let me share with you all that I'm here in a youth conclave, and we are going to have an address by Honorable Education Minister of the country, the Pradhan. So I'm going to attend that.
Ma'am, am I clear to you? Am I audible? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor Vandana. A huge round of applause for our plenary speaker. Thank you so much to our plenary speaker for your enlightening presentation on eco-critical literature. Your insights into the relationship between man and nature were both thought-provoking and timely. You highlighted how individualism and human-made global catastrophes often disrupt the balance with nature, stressing the need for a more symbiotic approach. Your exploration of concepts like Anadi and Anant, the Purusha and Prakriti paradigm in mythology, and references to works like Shakuntalam by Kalidasa and Tagore's poetry beautifully connected ancient wisdom with modern eco-critical thought. The way you connected Indian folklore to contemporary studies added a unique perspective to the discussion. We appreciate your thoughtfulness and the valuable ideas you have shared, which will inspire deeper reflection on our role in the world and our relationship with nature. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you. All the very best of luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are shortly beginning with the valedictory ceremony. I would request the ceremonial committee to please provide me with the list of participants. Ladies and gentlemen, before we distribute the certificates to our participants, it's time to honor our session chairs, presenters, co-chairs. I would like to call upon the stage Principal Dr. Meeta Sharma and all the senior faculty members. I would also request any members of the organizing committee to please join us on the stage. Professor Madan Lal, Professor K.K. Pandey, Professor Vipul Gautam, Now, I would request the members to honor Professor Puneet Kanwar as the session chair. A huge round of applause for Professor Puneet Kanwar. I would repeat that these honors are being given to session chairs as well as presenters, paper presenters. Next, I would request the members to please honor Dr. Suresh Kumar from Department of Chemistry as session chair and presenter. Professor Anita Saini has also joined us. Next, I would request Principal Ma'am to honor our next session chair and presenter, Dr. Sanjay Verma from Department of Music. Put your hands together, everyone. Next, I would request the members to please honor session chair and presenter, Professor Shashi Kanwar. Congratulations, ma'am. Next, I would request the members to please honor Professor Shweta Sharma as session chair and presenter. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Bhagwan Das. Okay. Next, I would like to call upon the stage co-chair Professor Ravinder Dogra, co-chair and presenter. Next is Professor Alka Rani. Do we have her here? Professor Alka. Next, I would request the honorable members to honor co-chair and presenter Dr. Vipul Kumar Gautam. Next, thank you, sir. Next, I would request Professor Alka Rani as co-chair and presenter to be honored by our worthy members. Huge round of applause for Professor Alka. Next is Professor Shivani Bhagat. Do we have Professor Shivani here? Next is Professor Pramila Devi. Next, Professor Sunil Dutt from Department of Chemistry. Huge round of applause for Professor Sunil Dutt. Next is Professor Sanjay Sharma, co-chair. Do we have Professor Monica Raizada here? Next, I would invite upon the stage co-chair Professor Monica Raizada. The applause should be loud. Do we have Professor Love Jaswal here? I would invite Professor Love Jaswal, co-chair, to be honored by our respected members. Next, thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Professor Rashpal, co-chair. Without the contribution of our session chairs, co-chairs, this program would not have been possible. We deeply appreciate your efforts and time. Now, next is presenters. I would like to call upon the stage Professor Ranju Banota. Put your hands together, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would invite Professor Madan Lal on the stage. I would request our members to honor Professor Madan Lal as presenter. Now I would like to call upon the stage Professor Monica Khanna. Do we have Monica ma'am here? I think she is not here. Next presenter, Professor Jagmohan from Department of Mathematics. A huge round of applause for Professor Jagmohan. Next, I would like to call upon the stage Professor Manjeet Singh from Department of Economics. Professor Karan Kumar, please stay ready. I would invite Professor Karan Kumar on the stage. Karan Kumar from Department of Education, Government College, Una. Professor Varun Dhiman is next. Do we have Professor Varun Dhiman here? Professor Parveen Saini. Professor Parveen Saini. Now I would like to call upon the stage Professor Yashpal from Department of Computer Science, Government College, Una, as presenter. Professor Vivek is here. Professor Vivek. Next, I would like to invite Professor Vikas Saini from Department of Political Science, Government College, Una, as presenter. A huge round of applause for Professor Vikas Saini.
Now I would like to invite Amarjeet Singh Man.
Next, Professor Shivinder Kaur from Department of Zoology. Ma'am, please come on the stage. A round of applause, everyone. Nikita ma'am, are you here? Next, I would like to invite on the stage Professor Nikita Sharma as presenter. Huge round of applause. Next, I would request our worthy principal and faculty members to honor Professor K.K. Pandey as presenter. Professor Sham Singh, please stay ready. Professor Upasna, please stay ready. Professor Sham Singh. Huge round of applause. Professor Gagandeep is next. The next presenter, Professor Gagandeep from Department of Commerce. Put your hands together for Professor Gagandeep. Now moving over to the participants, the students. Triambak Kaushal from MA English. Students from MA English, please line up near the stage. Those who have presented first and then the other students. Presenters will stand first. All the presenters in today's technical session, please line up. Miss Smridhi from MCM College, Chandigarh. Round of applause, everyone. Next is Miss Anusha from Punjab University. Put your hands together for Miss Anusha. Jasmine is next. Miss Jasmine from Government College, Una. Next is Miss Rupali Minhas. Huge round of applause for Miss Rupali Minhas. Purvi is next. Next is Akshu Sharma. Purvi, Miss Purvi from Government College, Una. Miss Akshu Sharma from Government College, Una. Put your hands together, everyone. Next is Nivedita. Nivedita. Nivedita from Government College, Una. If any presenter is left out, please contact near the stage. We forgot the convener. Now I would request Principal Ma'am and senior faculty members to honor the convener of this conference. All right, all right. All right. Huge round of applause. Anita ma'am has worked tirelessly towards the success of this international conference. Now, I would request worthy principal ma'am and respected members to honor the convener of the international conference. Okay. Members of the Thinkers Inc. Club, it's a literary club, Department of English. I would request you to please line up near the stage. MA English students, all of you, please come on the stage. Thinkers Inc. Club, the students of these students have assisted the Department of English significantly. We salute their dedication and commitment. Huge round of applause for our MA English students, members of the Thinkers Inc. Club. Next is the list of I would invite all the participants. I'll name them one by one. Swayampuri, Abhishek Rana, Jatin Sahota, Triambak Kaushal, Basundara, Akshu, Nivedita, Ashna, Diksha, Sanjana, Reena, Rita, Shilpa Sodi, and from BA 3rd, Radhika, Anchal, Aditi, Neha, Anju, and Yuvraj. Please join us on the stage for a group photo. Everyone, all the students, please gather on the stage. Round of applause, everyone. Very hard-working students of MA and BA. We are proud of our students. Next, I would invite upon the stage Professor Monica Khanna as presenter. I would request worthy principal ma'am and senior faculty members to honor Professor Monica Khanna as presenter. Round of applause, everyone. I would request principal ma'am and senior faculty members to honor our organizing secretaries. First, I would like to request Professor Madan Lal to please come on the stage. Organizing secretary Madan.
Next, I would like Principal Ma'am to honor Dr. K.K. Pandey, sir. Our next secretary is Dr. Vipul Gautam. Kindly honor Vipul Gautam, sir. Next is Professor Amarjit Man, our organizing secretary as well as our stage secretary, who have handled this stage so gracefully. I'm so much thankful to him. I'm really thankful to all the staff members for their help and their support, and all the students also, students of MA English, who have been continuously working. Thank you so much.
Now I would request our worthy principal, Dr. Meeta Sharma, and senior faculty members to honor the convener of this international conference, Professor Anita Saini. A huge round of applause once again. Now I would request Professor Puneet Prem to please honor the patron of this institute, Dr. Meeta Sharma. We are proud of our worthy principal. Thank you so much, respected members. Now, to conclude this memorable two-day international conference, I invite Professor Puneet Prem to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, your acknowledgement will reflect the gratitude we feel for everyone who made this conference a success. I would invite worthy principal Dr. Meeta Sharma to please say a few words.
I won't be saying much. I just thought that instead of putting a message in the evening, I would just communicate what I feel right now. It was a very tedious kind of a job. I just want to thank all the staff members, the organizing committees, of course the convener, he or she has the responsibility of the entire event, but I would really thank all the staff members, whether they were engaged in committees or not. They really worked round the clock to make this program a success, which initially I was really worried about. Thank you so much, and dear students also, I am really thankful to you. Thank you so much.
Very good evening to all of you. Standing before you is really a privilege and honor. So I am greatly privileged and humbly honored once again that I have been asked to extend the vote of thanks on the concluding day of this two-day international conference being organized by the Department of English of this prestigious institution. First and the foremost, I would like to extend my prayers and Chan Vandana to the Almighty God, with whose blessings we could move the idea to organize such kind of an event, and we are really blessed that Almighty God has blessed us with the accomplishment on merits. Today's chief guest, since she was not feeling well, she left earlier, but in her absence, I am sure Ma'am Meeta will convey to her that in fact our today's chief guest, Ms. Ranjana Chauhan, IAPS officer, presently serving as DIG Law and Order at Shimla headquarters. She graced this event through her seraphic presence, and she delivered a lecture from which I could assimilate only few lines. She said that what is the importance of stories in our life. And when I correlate her statement with the statement or the kind of lecture which was given by Dr. Nina Vich, that the stories may be having no authenticity, but they play a very significant and contribution to our life. So this is a very a particular kind of thing that when I was thinking about this, that it is definitely there, that these stories may be event. I also appreciate the members of the Thinkers Inc. Club, NCC cadets, NSS cadets, who unconditionally contributed significantly in organizing this kind of event. Last but not the least, our class 4 employees, our peers like Rajkumar, Savita, all, they were on the toes all the time. So we also thank them that they also have given a very significant contribution to this organization, and I feel myself blessed to be the part of this august audience who could thoroughly enjoyed or celebrate or कुछ imbibe some intellectual nourishment from the various speakers. So thank you very much. So if I could not name anyone, I could not say thanks to anyone. So in last I will say thanks to all. Thank you very much. And once again I congratulate Madam Anita and Dr. Mann. So they both single-handedly took the initiative, and later on all slowly joined them, and I feel that they might be comfortable throughout that journey. So thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Puneet Prem, for this wonderful vote of thanks. It was very memorable. Now, it's a bit emotional moment for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this conference, I request all of you to please stand for the national anthem.
जनमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all of you.